Good morning, how are you?
Anybody got a good joke this morning?
Or even a bad joke.
We're waiting on you.
Yeah. Sheriff usually has some good stories. Not today though, huh?
I can't tell them in this crowd.
That was always my screening thing. Could you tell them in church?
You're right
Yeah,
there. Rejects you.
very hot. All right, Alan, you think we're okay with this?
Yes, we are. It's 8:30.
Nice screensaver, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Do we need to build you some tables to block your, so you can't be seen?
We were making that joke yesterday. Get on the wall.
I can have some guys here in a couple minutes.
Right.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our budget workshop. If you'll join me, we'll start with the pledge today. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tim, would you be all right giving us a prayer this morning? Perfect.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come today, and we're going to need your guidance. We've got some tough decisions to make today, and at the end of the day, it's all yours anyway, so we need some help sorting it out. Lord, I ask that you be with all of the people involved for the events yesterday, and be with the families. Lord, it's going to be difficult for a while. So we're just always thankful that you're in our lives, and we love you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Also, if you don't mind, remain standing. 24 years ago today, we had a catastrophic event in America, and I just would like to take a brief moment of silence in remembrance of September 11th, 2001. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Tim, for that wonderful prayer. All right, we will get ready to open up the budget workshop today. First, I would like to make a statement before we get started. For me personally, this has been a very difficult season, and I know for quite a few rest of the council members. We've been talking about since February, March, April, Senate Enrolled Act 1, Senate Bill 1, and how it has changed the game for us going forward. It's changed the paradigm. So we may be forced to make some tough decisions today. We're looking at our financials. And these tough decisions are ones that some of us may not have had to take part in. I've not had to make some tough decisions in 5 years, so this is going to be new for us. I just ask that everybody understand that we are taking on financial advisement from professionals with Baker Tilly. They're helping us walk through this transition. They even admit that this is difficult and it's hard to forecast, and they're not sure what 27, 28, and beyond looks like. They're still trying to figure it out. So it's a difficult road ahead of us. And a quote that stuck out to me from one of our reps yesterday, he said, "In your county budgets, there should not be much fluff right now." So, in my opinion, we are going to do our level best to look out and beyond 2026, because things are murky right now. We're trying to hold things as tight and steady as we can, live within our means. So I will leave it up to you, 6, welcome Brian, to help us figure that out as we move forward today. With that, I'm ready to start. I think we'll start on page 1, County General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for those words. Appreciate the guidance.
Appreciate everybody's work on this. All right, so on page 1 for County General, this is more for the personnel and the benefits. I want everybody to understand that if you see an unobligated line, that has, from your budget book, it's in there, but it has been removed from our analysis going forward. So if there's an unobligated line amount, that needs to be 0, okay? Does anybody have issues with what's in there other than the unobligated amount on page 1?
Looks good.
Consensus, it's okay, taking out the unobligated? Okay, so I have 8,833,000 for a total on that. Does that match? Okay. All right, we're good on that. Moving on to page 2. And Alan, we don't have to take a vote on each page. Right?
No.
All right. Okay. Page 2, the clerk's budget in the general. Are there any suggestions or anything we'd like to do on this page?
Mr. President, on office supplies, line 23,600, I'd like to reduce that from 30,000 to 15,000, please.
Okay.
And on postage, item 32,120 at the bottom, I'd like to reduce that to $40,000, please. If you agree, if council agrees.
Councilman, what were the line numbers again, please?
The office supplies, line 23,600, reduced by 15,000 to make that line 15,000. And the bottom line on the page, postage, line 32,120, reduce it by 10,000 from 50,000 to 40,000.
Is there any comments or discussion or agreement with that?
I agree. I
agree
believe that,
too.
yeah, we went through and looked at the lines that had not been used or to the fullest and didn't just do 1 year, but 3 years, and made these changes with the idea that people could come back if it's not enough, but we're saying that we're cutting the fluff out, or taking out anything that is not being used or has not been used so far.
Okay. So, that would take the supply line down to 15,000 total, and the other services and charges down to 48,000 total. Any other recommendations on that page or suggestions? Okay. Mackenzie, do you need a total, or is that good enough what I'm doing?
That's good.
Okay. All right, everybody's good with that? We'll move on to page 3. This is the auditor's general fund budget. Any discussion on this one?
Mr. President, if I may suggest that we take the overtime line, 11,800, and zero that out from $2,000 to 0, please.
No way.
And line 11,403, second deputy finance, zero that one out. And if that's okay, I'd like to move down to office supplies, line 23,600, and reduce that by 1,000. So now it would be 5,500.
We can take that one to zero. We have another fund we can pay our supplies out of, so you're safe to go ahead and take that one to zero also.
The 6,500, go to zero.
Okay.
Leading by example. Thank you so much.
As well as our travel and training, you can take that to zero also.
You can use the
32120.
recorder's travel and training as well, and then
Yeah.
state meetings are paid for out of the general fund
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
Now let's take line 31,210 from 1,500 to 500. That's maintenance
The
and service
contracts?
contracts.
Take it to 5 is your suggestion?
Yes, yes, sir.
So it'd be 1,000 reduction.
Yeah. That's all the suggestions I have, Mr. President.
Okay. Any discussion from the council or comments on those?
What would that total be at the bottom? If those cuts are made.
I am showing, if my number's right, 577,750 for the entire fund. If I did that right. Mackenzie may double check me here.
And then we cut 1,000 from maintenance and service, correct?
Yes.
Leaving 500, okay. What'd you have?
I had 577,750.
Maybe I accidentally did.
Now, I think I might have included the increase for the second deputy finance, the full amount.
Oh, yeah, because I have 576,250. With that $1,000 out of,
Okay, so this supervising the deputy is zero. The office supplies is zero. The travel and training is zero. And then the what did you say, 4,7? Okay.
Did you say postage got dropped?
No.
That went to zero.
Okay, and the 2,000 overtime went to zero? Okay. Now, is there anything else that I've missed?
Did you get the maintenance and service contracts at 500?
I did not.
I came up with the same 577,750, so either I'm missing $500 or figured it wrong.
Okay, so now how much is maintenance and service contract? How much are we ending up with?
$500.
Okay, thank you.
What's the total again?
We're getting there.
577,750.
That's what I got.
Okay,
Perfect.
Darrell had.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll call you my discount double check today. But you're not Jake from State Farm, so. Okay, is council okay with that? Those are suggestions? Okay. Moving on, page 4. Excuse me, treasurer's budget.
may, Mr. President, make a few suggestions. On the overtime line 11,800, I'd like to reduce that by half from $1,000 to $500, please. And line 11,700 part-time, reduce that by 50% to 18,000
Even.
even.
Okay.
Yeah. And line 23,600 office supplies from 3,000 to 1,500, reducing that by 50%. Then travel and training, line 32,130, reduce that by 50%, from 400 down to 200. Then the line beneath it, equipment repair, line 32,530, the same thing, reducing it by 50% from 400 to 200. And then line 31,200, contract services, reducing it by 50% to $1,000, please. And equipment, line 47,210 at the bottom, reducing it by 50% to $500, please.
The only changes I want to note that we made in her budget
Oh, correct. She had a
was
couple
the dues and
increases.
subscriptions, that went to 500, which is line 32,600. And then the postage 32120 went to 23,000.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, discussion on that one from the council? Huh? Yep. So Mackenzie, with those suggestions, I have a total of $311,599 with the reductions and the increases that she'd asked for, those two small increases.
Sorry, I'm just.
You're all right.
Want to push the round up, I know, I make it 311,600.
There's the Faulkner Roundup.
All right, I'll be quiet.
You're fine. Alan, make sure the mic's down there so everybody can pick up on that.
Do you have a mic?
And if you want me to do this different, I'm just making sure that
No,
we're.
you're okay. I'm just making sure I'm getting the extra thousand in here. What'd you have?
311,599.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Unless Frank wants to add $1, we'll let that one go. Okay. All right. Turning the page, we have the sheriff's budget on page 5 and 6. Any items on this people want to amend?
If I may, Mr. President, the line item part-time, 11,700, reduce $5,000 from 25,000 to 20,000, please.
Okay.
And line 11,907, overtime deputies, reduce from 120,000 to 100,000, please.
Okay.
If we turn the page to page 6, reduce the line item gas, oil, and lubricants, line 23,210, by $10,000, for a total of $215,000.
What line number was that?
Top of the page,
Top of page
6.
23,210. Then the next line's batteries, 23,230, reduce it by 25% to $750, please. And line 23,710, other supplies, to zero that out from 2,000 to 0. And the line beneath it, 23,750, IDAX supplies, to zero that out from 3,000 to 0. And moving down the page to line 32,202, utilities, to reduce that by $75,000 from $675,000 to $600,000 even.
I'm sorry, say it again, John.
Utilities, line 32,202, reduced by $75,000 from $675,000 to $600,000. And communications, line 32,160, reduced 20% from $32,500 to $26,000 even.
Could you say that one again, please?
Communications, line 32,160, reduced to $26,000. And that's all the suggestions I have for that page.
Any comments or rebuttals on that?
What was the number that you came up with for the gas, oil, and lube?
Reduced it by $10,000 to the $215,000 total.
So, I want to talk about the accounts that are being recommended to be reduced. As I kind of glance across there, I see maybe we haven't spent as much, or maybe not even 50% as much, I also want to make sure we're not, if you will, penalizing a group for managing well throughout the year. I get the idea. Mr. Fluff walks in the door and we're not going to hire him this year, so we're trying to cut, and we're looking at areas where it appears to us that those accounts haven't even been spent, maybe sometimes up to 50% of that. But at the same time, I don't want to send a message that says, well, start spending fast in the beginning of the year, because if you get to September and you haven't spent 50% of your account, it's going to be cut. I think it's a rational approach to do it this way, John, and appreciate the detail of going through to look at that.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. It's a fine line that we have all been contemplating through this process, is we don't want to encourage overspending, but we also don't want to penalize. With the current forecast, this is partly why we're doing it this year, to, if we can cut more now, it'll help us for additionals and other adjustments throughout 2026, is what it feels like, so.
Okay.
I think it's important to note that we're going in conservative,
Yes.
and that if need be later in the year, we're gonna be here.
That's what Martha said too.
So, you can't go in with this many unknowns and just sit back and go, we'll get there. You know, we have to get ourselves there, then we'll recoil from that.
And I think that if we do cut, just like, for example, the other supplies and the IDAC supplies down to zero, well, I mean, I see, you know, what you're saying there, whereas so far they spent zero. But you have to be prepared that they have to approve some additionals, which I hate to do. I hate additionals, but it's part of life. And it may be a bigger part of our life this year if we cut this. I don't know what's going to happen next year. John, just curious, like on that one, did you have a chance, because you put a lot of work in this, but did you have a chance to go back and see what they've done? So far, zero this year, but have you had a chance to go back and see what they've done? Well, not just that one, maybe these last year, the year before that.
Well, with all the, actually, I'm just going with the information we've been given right here.
Yeah.
And with the philosophy that with all the uncertainties that come with SB 1 and all the expectations that we've been given of prepared cut, things are going, not 2026 will be the best of the next 3 years, with 2027 deeper and 2028 deeper still, that my philosophy is that if we don't cut enough now, the financial pain, we might get in a hole that we're able to get out of in 2028. We can come back with, we can welcome our people back as needed and correct any overcuts, but also expect the whole Howard County government family to identify that this is a unusual time, and we're all digging deep and looking inward. Where can we cut? And
No, I don't disagree with you.
yeah,
I just think that we have to be cognizant of what this may mean
yeah,
next year, you know, June, July, May, who knows? But
yeah.
Well, and I think we have been, over the last few years, have tried to make our budget here match what we need and have resisted having additional appropriations. We're doing just the opposite now. Yeah, so even though, you know, in the past, we didn't really invite additional appropriations unless you absolutely had to, we're still not inviting additionals, but we know that we're cutting, and we also know that we're responsible for the operation of the county and the successful operation of the county. So we want to be sure that department heads who feel like that we have not given them enough money, feel free to come back now. You know, it's not like we have in the past.
Come back next year or come back?
Come back in 2026.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, again, we're gonna have to watch because 27 and 28, I was reading Senate Bill 1 this morning again.
I'm excited.
It's a lot scary, okay?
You wanted to start your day off with that?
No, but I thought, you know, let me review this. Oh my gosh, so we're doing what we have to do here.
Yeah, to your point, Brian, I don't know if John didn't, a lot's happened here in a short time, so we have tried to go back and look at some of these. We haven't gone back and looked at every single one, but we've tried to go back and make some educated guesstimates, if you will, so.
Well, with
back to
that
a
in
couple
mind,
years
I'm
ago.
going to suggest an additional one that I don't think you had unless I missed it. It'd be line 11409, overtime court and security. And on the proposed budget, he's cut that down to 5 from 7. I'm looking at expended's been 1,123, or we might be able to go another 1,000 for a 4,000 on that one.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I overlooked that when we discussed.
So, one other comment about
Sure.
managing your spending throughout the course of the year. I recognize there could be some departments, and frankly, I'm thinking of the highway department, that might say, hey, guess what? We buy salt or materials for that, and that big expense comes in, let's say November, just making up a date, but I could see a case where some departments may say, we got something, and it's not a steady linear function across the year. At some point in time, some month, maybe there's a step function that all of a sudden we're running along, we haven't spent anything, but then we're going to spend quite a bit in 1 month just because that's when we need the stuff and that's when we normally do it. That's a rationale that would tell me that not always looking at what's been spent up to now would necessarily indicate what that line should be.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm hearing is that your example, we know we're gonna buy salt, we know we're gonna buy whatever we buy. We can look at it throughout history and years over time and figure out where that average may be. Now, we understand that there's not gonna always be an Alto bridge that fails, that we've gotta have additional money for. There's things out there that all we can do is we can look at what normal is, right? And so, to your point, we understand that there's gonna be some unexpected expenses that hit us, just like your household or mine. Furnace goes out. Didn't plan on it, but we have the means to figure out how to get it solved.
Correct, but this is not just my shout out to Amber Toll on her ability to manage stuff, which I think is excellent, but almost every supervisor will know if there is a step function increase that their department is going to have to deal with at some point in time. And if they say, well, the reason we haven't spent it up to now is because that expense comes to us, let's say in November. And so, okay, we understand that. I get that. You could go along, not spend anything, and then all of a sudden you have a step function that says, I'm going to spend a lot of money, and that's where my budget is. So I'm saying that supervisors will tell us that if that's the case. Thank you, Amber. She didn't tell me to say that.
You just gotta pay the toll now.
Yeah, that's why we got those good roads.
I think if I wanted to say one comment based off of the discussion is that with a major disruption
as losing as much revenue as we have to reestablish our baseline. And so it's going to be messy. There's going to be areas where maybe there's more cuts than what are necessary, but yet we're trying to figure out what the new normal is. And so I think to these points, you know, as expenses come along, we're going to have to be prepared to do additional appropriations, but yet there's also going to be areas where we're going to find that our cuts were successful and they were helpful, and maybe not as necessary to general operations as we may have thought in the past. But yeah, it should be a careful pen. It shouldn't be just a quick pen, but you know, I think that there's going to be some mess involved, and we'll just have to work with everybody throughout the coming year to make sure that we're trying to get it right.
We need to keep in mind too that we're not cutting actual money here. We're cutting
Yeah,
budget.
yeah.
Okay, we're not cutting actual money. So whether we cut 10,000 down to 5,000 now, or whether it's 10,000 now and they don't spend it, they only spend 5 of it, it comes out the same. So, and I just made the statement, we're gonna have to be willing to do additional appropriations. That being said, we have to be careful when we do those additional appropriations as well.
Exactly.
They're gonna have to be necessary.
Yeah.
We may not, and we hate to do this, we've not done very much of it, when people come with additional, we pretty much say yes. You know, the 6 years or so I've been on this council, I could probably count on one hand the times, maybe 2 hands, the times that we said no on an additional appropriation. We may have to do that, and that's a tough job because, like Frank said, the department heads know what they need. We're gonna have to maybe question a little more and say, is this something we have to have, or can we get by without it? Because if we cut it down to 5 and then we just automatically appropriate that 5 back, we've not gained anything.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the tough job going forward, no matter how much we cut out of this.
Yeah.
Thanks
Well
for
said.
taking that moment to share some thinking about this.
It's your meeting too, so thank you all. Were there any other discussions on line items for the sheriff's budget? I have a total with those suggestions of $5,958,712 with the suggested adjustments.
Could you say that again, please?
Absolutely. $5,958,712.
That would be at the bottom of page 6, right?
Yes.
Right. Can you, for me, go down and then tell me what the changes and the numbers are for each one? I know was 20.
Yes.
20, okay,
You ready for that?
I'm ready.
For personnel, that would be $4,130,317 or
Okay.
317. Gotta wake up. The supplies would be $289,750. The other services and charges would be $1,538,645. So with that, we have consensus on the sheriff.
Yes.
Alright. Moving on to page 7, surveyor's budget.
If I may, Mr. President, make a suggestion,
Mhm.
and that is line 33-213, obstruction investigations, to reduce that by half to $2,500, please.
Okay.
Then the line beneath it, Advertisements and publications, reduce it by half for a new total of $600, please.
Okay.
And equipment repair, to reduce it by half from 5,000 down to 2,500, please.
Thank you, John. Any other discussion on that one?
On that same page, postage, reduce, I would say down to 600 from 1,000.
Okay. Okay, so I have those 4 changes noted, or anybody have anything else?
John, did you say about travel training on that one?
Well, I see where he's already reduced it 40%. And I'm thinking about it, I'd be comfortable bringing it down some more if you'd like. Bring it down to 1,000 pretty easy.
That's what I'm thinking, what's everybody else saying now? Like, close to that. 1,000.
Okay.
Travel training line.
So with those proposed changes, I have a total of $315,583 for the surveyor's budget.
Say that again, please.
$315,583. And Martha, the only change on that one was under the 300 series. Do we have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page 8 in the coroner's budget.
Mr. President, if I may make a suggestion, and under batteries, line 23,230, reduce the line from $1,000 to $300, please.
Okay.
And under other supplies, line 23710, reduce it by $1,000 to $10,000, please.
Okay.
I think that I would, again, so we come back for additional, but I think I would be careful on that one.
Yeah.
So far, if I apologize, my wife's wearing my glasses, I'm kind of struggling a little bit.
Oh, no.
I think that says that they've expended over 9, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, so they did an additional for 3343, so
So
they're
we're
total.
pretty close right now on that.
I had a note on that one, I think it was board supplies and the increased cost of body bags.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's
So-
that I had as well.
I'm not sure we should reduce that 1,000 from the 1,100.
I can easily take that off, it's not an issue if you'd like to.
Let's leave it on 1,100, 11,000.
But If I can make one more suggestion, and that's at the 400 group, equipment, line 47,210, to reduce that from 3,000 to 1,000.
Okay.
That was, you said equipment?
Equipment, line 47,210. And thank you all for the corrections on other supplies.
And you said 1,000 on that, John, equipment?
Yeah, reduce it to 1,000.
Any other suggestions on this page? Okay, the total I show for that is $478,854. Do we have consensus on that one?
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to page 9, in the county assessor. This one is basically one first deputy and one line item for office supplies. Any suggestions on this one?
Pretty much the same as it was last year, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have consensus to leave this one as is then?
Yes.
Okay. Page 10 and 11, prosecution. I haven't got a hold of Prosecutor McCann. I was curious his thoughts on potentially moving some more people that fit the bill for Title 4D to the Title 4D incentive fund. I didn't reach out to him early enough, so I don't have an answer on that. But that was a question I had for him, and it looks like we may have to do that later on if he's open for that. But I don't want to drain that fund, but I feel like that fund has some that we could potentially move. He only has, I believe, one person in this specific fund that might affect. So I'll continue that later on.
So, Daryl,
Yeah.
that last item on that page, 47,240, 35,000, I had a note there that that's software for that, to link to the Axon.
Yes.
It's not really, I mean,
It's
it
not
says
actual
law
law
books,
books.
but it's like a software update to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a note,
Go ahead.
is that a capital expense? I kind of had a question mark about that. Could that be in that capital fund? I don't know if that's a smart move or not.
I think we could move that to equipment so that it would, because it's software.
Yeah, so like, yeah,
Remember that
Sheriff
fund?
has it under maintenance and service contracts in the 300 series. Mark has it under 400 as capital. I mean, it's software, so I don't technically think it's capital, but I don't
It's
know.
for more than
But
1
is it
year.
for the body cams themselves?
I thought it was-
as well?
Well, I don't know, I don't think that it's for body cams for the prosecutors. I think it's software to access the body cam footage through KPD, Sheriff's Department, Public Defenders and all that, was my understanding.
I have a note, capital expense.
That's what I had too, capital expenses, my note. So I was wondering if that discussion we had yesterday about capital, that capital fund,
The Cuban cap.
Yeah.
I think it could be either
Could that be
one, but
moved
we need
into
to be
that, or would that
consistent.
help? That's kind of a question for our smart people here.
He technically doesn't have a fund in that, a sub-fund under that. Sheriff does, but prosecutor doesn't.
Could he?
I would say if it's not, if it's software, it's not capital equipment. Because it's not an actual, it's not a capital piece of equipment. So
That's, to me, it's not an asset.
It's not an asset.
That's the
right.
way I look
It's
at
not a
it.
physical asset.
So we can move it to the two utilities.
I mean, I'd be okay just making a different line in his budget for it,
Yeah.
just moving it out of the 400 series.
We can do that.
It's almost more like a rental. We're just renting a subscription.
It's a dues and subscription is what it is, essentially.
Is that how it's done in the sheriff's department?
So we could,
Do you want to
We
have
could
sheriff
do
come up
maintenance and service or
or dues.
dues.
So we could either up their dues and subscriptions to cover that. Because he said that was all for the Axon.
I believe so. He said they're not doing he wasn't gonna do law books this year.
So do we want to move the dues and subscriptions to up that one, 35,000, and then zero out the law books
Does Gary have it
or contract services?
under the 160,000 under his
Sheriff,
contract?
I think that sounds
I think
better.
so.
But if they have actual cameras, then it could potentially be capital equipment.
Mm-hmm.
If we're just utilizing the footage, then it would be a different classification.
Right, and
Yeah, I would, because say sheriff's got his under maintenance and service contract, so you'd still have basically a contract in the line. I mean, it gets a little bit messy, you know, John's talked about, you know,
We can
having
add,
some.
if we want to make it under maintenance and service, we can.
Yeah.
We can add that line completely to their budget.
Alan, what's your thought? Does it have to be exactly the same, or?
I don't think it has to be exactly the same.
Okay.
No.
What do you want to move it to?
If it was me, I would just move into an existing line item, if it was me, but I'll let you guys guide us on that.
into what?
Either dues and subscriptions, or I would prefer contract services.
So would
in
I.
line.
think contract.
Contract services.
So we'll
Makes
increase
sense.
contract services 35,000, so that will make that 39,000.
39 for that.
And then zero out
Zero
law
law
books.
books. Okay.
Nice job, everybody.
But he said it's vitally important to have that
Yeah.
access to that for
Yeah, he did.
cases.
Just moving that around adds some clarity to the
The price tag is the problem.
to the item.
Yeah, that's what said at the bottom line.
Yeah, yeah, other than moving, they didn't do anything, so, okay.
I also have a suggestion.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Please. On other services and charges, line item 35,650, office allowance, to reduce that from 10,000 to $2,500, please. And postage, beneath it, line 32,120, from 2,000 down to 500, please. Reducing both those lines by 75%.
$2,500 office allowance.
Office allowance to what, from 10,000 to 75? What'd you say?
25.
25. Okay.
Postage down to 500.
Mhm.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
How's everybody else feel about those? Feel
Yeah,
okay
it's
with
a
that?
good catch.
Yeah. You want me to read off the total on that one? Okay, so for that one with those changes, let me verify this real quick. I have $1,532,500 $1,440. Nope. What'd I miss?
I have a $1,500 cut in postage and a
I only did 5.
$7,500 in
Yep, wait. Thank you.
allowance.
Thank you. I did
And then there
wrong.
should be nothing with law books and contracts, we're
Yep.
just moving money.
So what's your number, Mackenzie?
$1,526,440.
That's it. Thank you. See, that's why I need you. Okay. All right, if everybody's good with that, we can move on to county extension, page 12.
If I may, Mr. President?
Mm-hmm.
Under personnel services, line 11,515, intern, to 0 hours, $2,000 to 0.
I would push back on that because my guess is that's something for the summer and they just hadn't spent it.
I can check and see here. if
I'm
you'd
pretty
like.
sure she said that they had an intern at the fair this year. Pam's nodding her head. So I guess I would push back on that one unless you're wanting to get rid of it and
No,
altogether.
I appreciate all the pushback I can get.
Yeah.
I'm sure our department heads would appreciate all the pushback I can get.
Yeah, it looks like in the summer, at least in 2024, she utilized one. Let me see if she did this past summer. It's like May through August is when the intern.
Pretty much, it's a summer deal.
She has not spent anything out of it this year though.
Oh, maybe she just didn't fill it then.
Yeah. So 24 she did, but
Did
I'm not
she-
showing anything in
In
24.
2040, did she pay like a lump sum at the end or at all?
It was just whenever it fell on payroll, so it looks like May through August is when
Yeah. It's just a summer thing
she
to help out.
utilized it. I can see.
I believe that went to PAC and was a while back when we started it.
That might be an overreach on my part.
Well, you know,
She spent, last year she did ask for an additional appropriation of $2,000, making the overall appropriation in that account $4,000, and they spent $3,600 of it in '24 on an intern.
the only thing I can say is that, you know, I've known people who wanted internships, paid internships, and they've looked and the only thing they could find was unpaid internships. And I love that if we can have interns. And it's great for them to be able to pay them. But we're also in a situation where maybe we can't. So, I think if we what'd you say, zero it out?
Yeah.
If we do that, that's fine, I'm okay with that, but what we're saying is, we don't have a paid internship available.
I'll leave it to you guys, what do you want to do?
I would say that if we don't have one available there, I don't know what other departments have paid internships, but we probably need to look at those as well.
They do have a lot of work at the 4-H fair that they can, it's a good organizational tutorage for a young person who's interested in getting into the field, giving back to the community in agriculture.
Are those paid?
Well, I think she has a lot of volunteers out there, but I think her staff is very small, very, very efficient. And I just seen where there was none spent last year, and I thought, well, there's opportunity.
I think the question I would have is that, are they taking off a burden from the rest of the employees, whereas they wouldn't be utilizing overtime or charging more salary for an employee? Maybe it's a
good
cheap
point.
alternative
Good
that
point.
really is financially wise. That would be a question I would have to departments.
And I kind of agree.
Brent's
with
convinced me to
that.
keep the 2,000 in there.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I think
sir.
we should. It's hard to find interns
Yeah.
and not pay them something to come in, okay? So, if she spent 3,600 last year, I think I would leave the 2,000 in there, okay? Because the interns are so helpful.
Okay, I have 3 in favor. Where's that?
Okay, well, I'm just, either way, I'm just saying if we zero it out, we're saying we're just not gonna have paid
Yeah.
internships, which that's a decision that we can make either way, I'm okay.
It looks like in '23, she also came back for an additional $2,000. So the year she's utilized an intern, she's asked for an additional $2,000 on top of what she's requesting in her budget.
So
The
she's
last
brought
2
it
years.
down anyway from what she's actually been spending, okay?
It probably should have been bumped, but, yeah.
Good
You wanna leave it?
Either way.
Keep it in.
Keep it
Okay.
in.
The Faulkner Roundup.
Yep.
All right, any other items on this one?
I was looking at the travel and training,
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Brian.
they have a $16,000 requested there. That just seems like an awful lot for travel and training.
Yeah, so Brett, I think, did some digging, and the rate she was asking for that is too high. We can't actually do that, so it needs to be trimmed. So you're right. What about if we take it down to 8,000?
They did say that they have 4 educators and 3 support staff. So you're talking 7 people. Do 8,000, that's still a little over 1,000 per person.
Okay, county rate is 49 cents a mile, right? And they had put in
47?
49.
49 is the state rate.
And that's the county rate too, for Jessica, right?
Yeah.
And so, 70 cents.
It's $8,085 at the reported mileage that she said she had. So,
It's like 10,000 miles or something.
16,500 is what she,
Oh, okay. I didn't have that note, thank you.
So I would bring that down to a little over half. I've got 85 written down here, but I don't know if, I haven't done the calculations of the percentage of the 49 and the 70, and then if it's been padded, I don't know what it is, so.
Tim, what was your number? Like 88 something?
85.
Or 85?
In '24, she budgeted $7,000 and they spent $5,300 of it. So they had $1,600 left over last year in travel and training.
Okay, let's bring it down a little bit.
Bring it down to 8, cut it down.
8 or 750? Because I
So
don't.
8,000 is what you're saying, or 85?
I'd say 85.
Okay, 85,
85.
going once?
Yep.
Okay.
And also, Mr. President,
Mm-hmm.
we could address supplies, line item 23,640, and reduce that from 1,500 to 500.
Okay.
And office supplies, the line beneath it, 23,600, from $3,800 down to $1,200.
Okay, is it looking at what they're spending to date? Is that what you're,
Yeah,
okay.
then I pretty much double it. And then line 32,530, equipment repair, going from 750 down to 250. And postage beneath it, line 32,120, from 1,500 down to 500.
What did they spend in 2024 for postage?
I can get that. So it looks like they spent $900. They transferred out of this account $150 into another account, it looks like. So they had $1,400 left over in '24 in postage.
And they appropriated how much? I'm sorry.
2,300.
Okay.
And if it's okay, everyone, line 32,460, computer maintenance, reduce it from 3,550 down to 1,000.
Okay, Purdue only pays the salaries, right, and the benefits? Is that right?
What'd you say, I'm sorry?
Purdue pays the salary and the benefits on,
Of the extension,
right?
the Purdue extension staff,
We pay salaries.
For administrator.
for office
Yeah.
admin.
Okay, okay. Then what does Purdue pay? I know they pay something. I don't, I'm trying to,
Look, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that'd be a
I don't
question
know
for them.
either.
They pay the basketball players.
Yeah.
We're not paying their football players enough.
Well, that's a new program.
Okay,
They pay some of the salaries.
Yes, so for the extension staff are actually employed through Purdue, the clerical and admin, we cover that.
Okay, so they probably just pay like a percentage.
I don't know.
okay, the suggestion that you had with Brett, you had to, okay, John wanted to cut computer maintenance down to 1,000. What was the one right before that?
Postage? Repair of postage.
Postage, yeah.
And reduce it down to 500. Postage.
Okay.
What?
268,334.
Yep.
That's the bottom line, 268.
With all the suggestions that have just been suggested, wait, I said that wrong twice, anyway, 268,334 with everything that we just discussed.
A question about our agreement with Purdue is, do we fund a certain portion of the project, and how does that affect their contribution?
I'm not sure.
Does it affect, because that might be a good question. Does what we do here affect what they do on their side? Do we have a certain obligation to meet a certain amount of the actual funding of that
And you know what?
group?
I should probably know that, but I don't.
I just
And I don't
thought of
either.
it. Do we have
I mean, so in my 5 years, 5 budgets, I've never heard them say you have to be at X percent to match or whatever
Okay.
to be in agreement. It's not like some other departments that you have to be in compliance.
Okay.
Don't we
That
have
I'm
a
aware of. I
contract
didn't know
with
there
them
was-
every year? I think we have contract with them every year, don't we?
We do have a contract with them.
I don't know if it's
but
yearly though.
I don't.
Alan, do you think that there's a master agreement? that-
There is a
Okay.
master
And
agreement.
what do
I'm not
we-
sure if it's yearly or not, though. I can't remember that.
Do you know if there is any restrictions or requirements of match?
I don't believe there is.
Okay, all right.
I don't think so, because usually when we have a match, we have a line for a matching
Right, I don't think there is.
grant.
All right, Thank you for that
But I'll look
clarification.
into that for you.
Are we okay to move on from extension?
268334.
Correct.
What was the final number for that?
268,334.
Thank you.
All right, page 13, Veteran Services.
Keep it as it is.
That was my thinking.
I
He's
think
been
that
cutting a lot already, right?
there is just one suggestion I have, please, and that's on travel training, line 32-130.
Yeah.
And that is to reduce it from 7,500 down to
Is 2,000 enough?
Well, the thing I'd ask is, I mean, it's a significant increase. What was was there a justification in our initial?
That's what I
don't have any
can't
notes on
remember.
that. I don't either.
thought he said that there was something that he and Jim were going to go to, but I don't know if that was in 25 or 26.
Is it something that's required in order for them to do what they do?
I don't remember.
I didn't have
Great
any
question.
notes. I didn't have any notes for his, but there are two of them. Unless they're wanting to. Yeah.
I thought it pertained to his new assistant, but I don't have those notes.
I think if we drop it down to 2,000, as you suggest, we're still doubling it from last year's appropriation. And I don't have any notes.
Yeah, he can come back if, I mean, if we overstepped, but. Was that okay, 2,000 on that one?
Well, if he's gonna come back, why don't you just make it 1,000? Keep it as it was last year.
He had a reason for that, I thought, but I can't remember what he
I
said.
don't have any notes on it.
Yeah.
I just know he has a new person, Jim Clark, and he was talking about how well he had been doing, but I can't remember about
Right, and
conferences.
they had some ideas about reaching out, I believe, too, because we're missing a lot of our entire military retirees.
Yeah.
So, but
I thought he said that about 1/10 of the population of Howard County were veterans.
And Miami
Right.
County.
would
Both,
rather,
Both counties.
I would rather keep it at 2,000 if we could. That-
2,000?
Yeah.
I'm okay with the 2,000.
Yeah.
Okay, 2,000's the suggestion on the floor. Anything else?
So what's the neat total there?
Yeah, I have 171,948.
Yep.
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
171,948.
Do you have a running total there that you're doing?
Next, page 14, Center Township Assessor.
More. No.
If I may, Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
office supplies, line 23,600, reduced to $1,250, please.
You said it again, please.
Office supplies, line 23,600, reduced to $1,250. And line 31210, maintenance and service contracts, reduced to $1,000.
Only question on that one, or ones like that one, is kind of like John or Frank was saying earlier. Is that something where the contract comes due, or the payment comes due later in the year?
Yeah.
I can see what they did in 24 out of that, if you'd like.
They didn't have any budget in 24. Or no, it was moved from another line.
Yeah.
Because that seems like a line
Oh, he
where
was in 11.
they would have a pretty good idea what they're going to do.
1188.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll spend it, maybe we won't. They kind of either know or
1188.
they have that or they don't.
Yeah. That's fair.
So keep the 2,000.
Last year, he had $1,800 left over in 24, out of 2,300 budgeted. And last year, he was in 1188, so they switched back and forth. So now he's in general for this coming year in 26. So in 2024, he had $1,800 left over in maintenance and service contracts.
And what was his original appropriation?
2,300.
So he spent 500.
Mhm.
Okay, so if we reduce that
Make
from
it
2,000 to
1,000.
1,000, there's still cushion.
Right. For this year.
Well, I would still stand by that, Mr. President.
For maintenance and service contracts.
Yeah, reduce to 1,000.
Bring it to 1,000, right?
I'm sorry?
1,000.
Please.
And
That's
then
my suggestion.
office supplies, we still want 1,250, right?
Right.
I have a question. Why are there two lines for office supplies?
It's other in office. Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I misread it.
Do you need Brian's glasses?
I might have to borrow your glasses, maybe mine are not
I'm doing a
sufficient.
lot.
Sorry, I'm
Mine
glad.
aren't
I'm
sufficient,
glad Tammy
okay.
brought that for you.
We should bring them in. I missed that.
All right, so I have basically a $2,000 reduction from his requested budget.
2,250.
So just to be clear, you said reduce office supplies down to 1,250. Did you want to take that to 1,000?
It'd be very,
It's okay if that's
easy
what.
math. Halting her round down.
That's fine if that's what you want to do. That's.
Yeah, let's do it.
I thought that's what maybe I
There's-
misheard you.
There's cushion there.
Yeah.
There's still
Okay.
cushion.
So John's changing the office supplies, change it to a total of 1,000
Okay.
is what John is asking that we look at. So then that changed the total reduction down 2,250. I believe that takes it to 185,252. Do we have consensus on that one?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to our budget. I think we had talked during the hearings about cutting 1,000 off of travel and training. We feel like with the recorder's perpetuation, travel and training that we have, we could probably cut line 32130 down to 1,000, subtract 2,000 off of that, if the council so chooses.
We also have, when you have the State Board of Accounts call meetings, you pay those out of the general fund anyway, all of it.
Otherwise, if you do that, that would take our budget down, hold on here. would be, sorry, I've got a math error here somewhere. Is there something else I need to do? Okay. So that would be 93,007, that doesn't make sense, 742? What am I looking at here, Al? 93,942. I apologize, I have a error somewhere.
You gotta borrow Brian's glasses.
No.
Just start passing them around, Brian.
Oh, I forgot, that's where it is. Okay. Next page would be page 16, the election fund.
I don't have any suggestions for this, Mr. President. Next year's an election year, and it's wide open.
Okay. Anybody else agree with that? Okay. We'll leave that one alone. Moving on to page 17, the Commissioners Fund, 17, 18 pages.
If I may, Mr. President, make a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Office supplies, line 23,600, reduce to $1,000. And continuing education, line 31,110, zero out.
Has that been used before, continuing education? What's that for? I mean, I know what continuing education is, but I was curious if that's some specific thing that they go to every other year or something.
I think that's for my continuing education,
Oh, wait a
just
minute.
for
Well, we got
municipal
that.
law seminars.
That sounds valuable to me.
I've been to one this year, and I've got another one in December.
So that's something you're actively doing?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
So maybe we don't touch that.
I agree.
I agree.
We like our lawyer.
Thank you. You want them to be educated, right?
No, we want you to be on top of stuff.
So we remove that last suggestion,
Okay.
keep it at 1,500.
Good input.
And emergency planning, line 22,400, reduce it by half to $1,200.
That's an EMA line. That helps EMA with their, when they do table.
Do you
They
want to
haven't
put,
used it.
they haven't used it.
In 2 years.
Okay.
Okay, move it to, what'd you say, 12?
1,200.
That's all, that's all I have, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So here's just a general question I had, I should have asked, and I forgot to. In the 100 series, under unemployment compensation, would there be any reason that we could reduce that some? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, which one?
Unemployment compensation, I mean, I realize that fluctuates depending, I'm sorry,
No, you're fine.
line 15120.
I can see what we've done in the past. I mean, yeah, like you said, it fluctuates.
If it's gonna fluctuate, so I realize that,
I'll
but it
just
looks,
see.
it looks high to me for right now.
They've
but-
spent 8,000 out of it this year.
So I didn't know if we
Let
could
me
cut
look at
like
20.
10 or 20 or something, just to trim a little bit to help the general, but just a thought that I'd had. Obviously, if we need it, we have to pay it, but if we don't,
They spent 2024 just under 8,000 last year. There was $74,000 left.
Because I think we moved it up when we had COVID, did we not? And then we could move it back down again. Yeah.
So what's a good number for that?
Commissioner's touch, that actually comes out of HR, I believe.
You could reduce it by 75% and still have lots of cushion at $20,000.
23, $12,000 was spent out of it.
just a thought. Once again, if they run out of the money for that, we're gonna have to fund that, I realize that.
Right.
But if we're trying to help save the general, just a thought that I,
What'd you say, 23 was what they spent last time?
12,000 in 2022, they did not spend anything.
my initial thought was if they weren't expending it all the way, take like 10 or 20 off of it was my initial thought, but I will
You could do a lot more than that.
I will let you guys lead it from there, so.
To go down to about at least 25.
So the highest year in the last 4 has been $12,000. That's the highest. We've had 0 as the low end, the highest is 12,000.
I go down to 20,000.
20?
Okay.
And
I had a question about that emergency planning supplies. So you said that we'd never spent any money out of that?
I can look and see.
Yeah, so Pam said that it goes to EMA.
Yeah.
I'll look into that one right now.
That was another COVID.
2022, sorry, my computer was set to 22, so that's the first one that came up. They did not spend it. They only had $1,000 in there. It was not spent. Let me go to last year. 2024. It looks like EMA did spend 29,000. Not 29,000, 2,900, sorry. Some of the items they purchased were fire extinguishers for the vehicles, AED pads.
Because they were budgeted at 3,000.
Mm-hmm. 24, that was last year.
Are those AED pads things that expire after a certain amount of time that you gotta replace them?
Yes,
Mm-hmm. I believe they're for our building, right?
they are, so what the commissioners do with that, through EMA, is they all the AEDs we purchased with COVID money are all standard across the county. So we are supplying the health department, they keep them on hand, and if sheriff's department needed 3 pads a month ago. So so they supply those over there, we keep them in stock, we keep them, for the AEDs. And I think it's important that we keep those AEDs up to date. So we have to buy batteries, we have to buy pads, different things like that.
Fire extinguishers expire also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be recharged, yeah.
I think we keep that.
So keep the 2,400 that's in there?
That's what it sounds like.
Keep.
Yeah. So keep it the same?
Are there any suggestions on page 18?
I have one, Mr. President.
Okay.
On codification, line 32,400, to reduce it from 4,000 down to 2,500.
That's your line that you pay for all the ordinances.
Do you want to get on the mic so we have it for a meeting?
And if you'd like me to.
Yeah, so we have it on record. If you have a comment on your budget, we have the mic, so I can turn it on.
It's on.
So we kept that in, the convocation line, we kept that in.
So,
Yeah, I just turned
It's red.
It might be recording it, but maybe
Okay.
not projecting.
So we kept that in because the auditor's office has been using the funds for our ordinances and resolutions to go on our website.
So do we have a better number for that than my suggestion?
Right now, the company is working on 24 and current to date 25. It's kind of an as-need basis of every year, so we send them what we've done and.
So, I mean, we could cut it.
It's kinda hard to put a number on
I wouldn't
it.
suggest cutting it to 1,000, but we could cut it, and if we need more, we can come back. I just don't know how much the amount will be.
My suggestion is to bring it down to $2,500 from 4,000.
We could do that.
so that's 32,400, 25.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So what are we using that money for?
That's for all the ordinances and the,
Are you using new books or are you putting together a new?
That's to put it on the website.
Yes.
That's for our
Okay.
code on the website.
Okay. And the 2,500 will cover that?
It just depends on how many ordinances we send them at a time. The price, it changes.
That's what I know. That's what I said.
Like last year, we spent around $5,000, but in '23, we didn't use it at all. So
they
it
have
just
to do 2
depends.
years.
Right, where you had
Yeah.
2 years of ordinance and
Yeah.
resolutions to bring up to date.
So we
So,
might be okay with 2,500.
okay,
We'll see. If not, we'll be back.
okay.
Okay. And another suggestion is contract services, to reduce it from $400,000 down to $300,000. Still leave us cushion. And
Mr. Maple, can I speak on that one?
Sure.
We are in the process, obviously, of probably bidding out this jail in December or January, possibly. And that's, I know we will be back in front of you if you cut that item. We will be back in front of you. Because there's no way we would be able to possibly live within that 400,000 because of that. But we just don't know. There's too many unknowns with that. My recommendation is not to cut it.
So what does that pay for specifically for the jail? Like, is it the Envoy, Garmong? sort of stuff?
Envoy, Garmong, and those.
It-
potentially other.
It pays for
other- Sure,
Baker
others,
Tilly
yeah,
too,
other
does it
entities
not?
will have as well.
Does it pay for Baker Tilly as well? Right, and for Barnes and Thornburg, right,
So keep it at 400,000.
I would.
I'd agree with that. Keep it. So let's talk about the Humane Society.
Sure.
Do we need to go that full 150,000? That's a cut from, what, 175,000?
So I've spoke to Commissioner Dodd, I guess I haven't talked to the other commissioners. He would like to stick with the 150. I think I've talked with you all kind of privately about the Humane Society and just the discussion going on. My suggestion is whatever you want to fund it at, we can do it. I would like to pull it from this fund and move it to Fund 1112, because it has a healthier balance and this would help our general fund balance. Commissioner Dodd told me yesterday that he would be okay with that, if I understood him correctly.
My only question would be, how is that economic development?
Keeps the dogs and cats off the street.
That's a great question.
That's what the state's gonna ask us.
I think a question I had was that I thought there was some concern about the ability of county residents to utilize the service. So I have to ask, is this benefiting our residents in the county?
That's a great question, and I don't have a great
Do we
answer
have
for that.
any resolution on that?
Hey, here comes
We do not.
Commissioner
There's
Dodd.
gonna be additional meetings. We had a meeting within the last month. There was no, Mr. Wilson, you could speak on this as well. You were there. We're supposed to have another meeting within the next few weeks. It's gonna clarify some things. The city's in a kind of a bind, and the county, the city's obviously more affected than the county, but there are issues with the Humane Society. And, we don't have a good answer for you today, and hopefully we will real soon. We just don't, it's an unknown, and I really, Mr. Dodd just walked in, so he can speak to this if he wants. He's obviously the president of the commissioners. I don't know, what we're gonna do and how we're gonna fund the Humane Society. We did cut it, and potentially there'll be more cuts. If they do some of the things that they kind of acted as they may do, there may be additional cuts from the commissioners.
You mean cuts from in service?
The amount of money that we would be willing to pay for the services that they're providing, a better way to say that.
Would it be wise to withhold that funding until we determine that and then do an additional appropriation when that's finalized?
I think we need to have money available to them. That's an obligation from the county. I just don't know what that amount is today. I can't tell you that.
I would think
Is that fair, Mr. Wilson?
You're exactly right. When we had the meeting before, we really had no resolution to any of the issues that were discussed.
I would suggest that the Humane Society is needing every penny they can get, and they're probably underfunded already. And to withhold any funding from them on our part would be to undermine a service that is needed for the community and appreciated by the community, and we should do our best to maintain it to the best of our abilities, I would think.
What about moving it to, what'd you say, economic development?
I thought it possibly could move to the lit economic development, but I don't know if that's totally right, but I'm just looking for a way to, it has a healthy fund balance.
It does.
Thank you, Mayor.
As long as it made sense, it would help our general fund, was what my thought was. Ultimately, the commissioners are the ones that fund this. I want to do what they want to do on it, but I just want to, if we can move it to a different fund where it makes sense, I think that's what we'd be better off to do.
Any comments on that, Commissioner Dodd? Humane Society is what we're talking about, and the amount that is budgeted right now
and the 1112 fund, do you have a
Remember
problem?
that historically, we always funded the Humane Society at 150. We increased it 25 when they asked about a new phone system.
Yeah.
And we did that. We helped them get their phone system. So that phone system is now in place. So why do we keep funding a phone system that we funded? It's there. So to say they keep needing it, we're not getting any additional services. As a matter of fact, when we met with them, and Jeff may have already said this, that they told us they didn't need the funding from the county. That was the remark the Humane Society made.
Didn't need any?
Is this 150,000? Is that for operating expenses, or what is that for? Operating expenses?
That would be my assumption, it'd be for their operating expenses. But we're not getting any additional services. So
We have a dog
why would we
ordinance
raise it?
on our website now.
I'm sorry, Martha.
We have a dog ordinance on our website now, but that's outdated and not being used, is that right? Or is that,
I don't know if I could go and say it's not being used, but like I said, these are their remarks, not mine.
okay. And I'm not saying that it's up to date because it's been a long time since it's been updated, and I know that. The 1112 fund has a pretty good operating balance right now. I mean, it's over 3 million. Okay, so if we wanted to move it to that, we would to 1112. I know you and I talked yesterday, and I don't know that you wanted to, but you've told Darrell that it's okay.
Yes.
I'd move it to
So
1112 then.
that's why the commissioners reduced that fund. Is that, one, we're not getting any additional services.
Right.
Two, we did raise our funding for the phone system. And historically, we've always funded it
Right.
at 150. So it just made logical sense to reduce it back to the 150.
Right.
Well, I would say that in our current economic situation, and especially if they've said they don't need us to fund it, that we cut that 150 at least in half.
Have they said they don't need us?
And I don't know if that was an offhanded remark, but it was a remark that was made.
But not by the director.
So you're saying take it to 75? I was thinking 125, but.
I'm not sure the director spoke during the whole meeting.
Okay, and the city's paying what? Do you know what the city's gonna pay?
They're still in negotiations, they don't know what they're doing.
Okay.
I'm gonna make
I think the contract that they currently have with us is changing. And until we know what that contract is, we don't even know what our funding will be, because basically the interpretation is they're gonna provide less service now to the county. Potentially at 4 p.m. every day, there's no animal control until 8 o'clock the next morning. That's the insinuation that we got. Now, we don't know that, but that's what we were told. It would be city county-wide. At 4 o'clock each day, there's no animal control officer available. So if that is the case, then you may be well right, Brian. We don't know. Do we want to continue to fund that or not? That's a good question. So we don't know probably till October, 1st of November, what those are going to be. I think that's the timeline. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. So at 4 o'clock, is it because they don't have the money to fund, or because they're fighting with the sheriff's department about who's gonna do what?
I don't know if fighting was a good word.
Or
Their
they're
suggestion was
having
that,
conversation with?
their suggestion was that the law enforcement officers would take over at 4 o'clock. And they would secure the animal and then take it to a predetermined location. I know I, for one, did not feel that was a sufficient service.
Well, if they're planning to do that, then I agree with Brian. Then let's, if we're gonna be doing, I mean, I don't know.
Mr. President, this is kind of a swing from left field, I think, but I recommend we move it to that 112, like we talked about, and set it at 100,000.
Comment on the only thing that I would say is, yes, 1112 has plenty of money to fund this, but that's why I ask if these are operating expenses. That's not capital. I mean, I'm sorry, that's not economic development, so.
But it's still
Alan
legal.
can speak on that, but they
Yeah.
might.
It was just a thought that I had.
It's still legal to pay it out of the 1112. Anything that's paid out of the general fund can be paid out of 1112. We haven't liked to.
Respectfully, I'm not sure that that's true, but we could look at that, but Alan.
Well-
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like economic development to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can't pay it out of that fund.
Right, because at one point in time, general fund was.
You could be right, but that was not my understanding.
Well, and we, in the last few years, had stopped using that because we had the general fund where it was pretty much under control, okay? So, but, I mean,
But now we're trying to really watch what comes out of the general fund.
right, and, I mean, in my opinion, and what we had done in the past, this would work, but I'm not the attorney, okay?
You've been here a lot longer than I, you may well be right, that was not my understanding, but I could be wrong.
Well, I know,
I'd be okay with going from Fund 1112, transferring it over there. That'd be fine with me. And I would suggest that we, whatever the council decides for a proper appropriation amount, that the commissioners feel that you have the duty to come back and ask for more if you can negotiate a contract with the Humane Society, with the county, that is suitable for the county residents to get their needs done. And if we appropriate it at the set amount of 100,000, I think Councilman Faulkner said, that if that's not what you agree on, that you come back, because the Humane Society is a important part of any community, and I certainly don't want to underfund it and cripple its functions personally. I'll be getting a dog from there here pretty soon anyway, because our dogs come from the dog pound, just saying. I had to throw it in there. Ours too. Yeah.
right. I don't know what they're depending on the
I
county.
agree with you, Councilman. It is an important service for our county.
It is.
And that's why I didn't recommend cutting it any further. But-
Then what, Jack,
But on the other
150?
hand, they are cutting our services as well.
And who's picking up the services? I guess we don't know.
Well, we wish you the best in your duties and getting a good service from them. I know it's complex, animal ordinance, I know a bit about that. And it's a unique organization, unique to Howard County in the way it's set up with animal control and animal rescue. But,
Yeah, I think just in the essence of time, I think we will move forward from this. My biggest thing is I think that would help the general fund. So, if we move it to 1112, whatever you guys decide to fund it at, we'll let the commissioners figure out what the actual number is. I didn't want to stipulate what they had to or could pay to the Humane Society. I just thought if we could lighten the load, it would help, so.
So move it to 112, but keep their recommendation of 150,000? Even though we hear them say there's less services?
We can do that, and they can decide if they want to give that up to that amount or not, based on the new negotiation.
And do they still
I can live with
request their payment? I mean, they used to call ahead and make sure they got their payment when we did
Okay.
the distribution.
And I gotta tell you, that helps us, having that flexibility. So it really does.
Helps us too. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for working with us. Okay, anything else on this one?
Did we cover all of them on these?
Real quickly, Mr. Maple, can you speak to the office supplies? I understand that you can cut, you're cutting that, but I don't know if we can live within that all the way down to a $5,000 cut. Maybe a half cut would be more suitable for us.
You gotta keep in mind that we do a lot of office work. Technical difficulty there.
What you saying, Jack?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to hear it.
Ascension. I'm sorry.
There's the scene right there. So, we do a lot of office work there in the commissioner's office. Communications.
Para escuchar este mensaje en español, oprima el 8.
Do that. And if you cut that down to that level, I mean, you're gonna make us come back and ask for more. That's gonna happen. And you're creating more work.
I'm just going by what has been spent in the past, and this is a tough economic time for the county, and we're all
Sucking it up together.
And we used to
Yeah.
budget your guys' office supplies under ours, and we managed with 13 people in my office and your office with $6,000 for all of us. So I think you guys would probably be okay if we went to 3,000, and then you guys could come back if you needed more, but I wouldn't anticipate you guys spending more than 3,000 on
Agreed.
office supplies.
Agreed.
I could
Do you
probably
agree,
live
Alan?
with that.
Okay.
So just knowing that.
I think you guys would be good with 3,000.
Give us that flexibility on coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Is that 23,600?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Make it,
$3,000 on that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
We'll
you.
always go up to the auditor's office and rob their supplies.
I think we give you guys supplies sometimes. We'll help you out.
Teamwork.
We'll all bring Post-it notes.
Yeah. We got you covered.
Okay, so I show all the changes there. I have a total of 3,781,777.
I don't have to say. So we cut unemployment
Yep.
50,000.
Oh, I had 60.
I had 60 cut.
Oh, okay. So that's going down to how much?
20.
Okay, that's what I was off. Let me change that.
what's the total again?
20.
No, the bottom line
Hold
total.
on.
3,781, 777.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's
And then I fixed the supplies.
Supplies,
Mhm.
cut 3.
And then we had that codification,
We cut to
25.
2,500.
Which was a $1,500 cut, right?
Mhm.
And then we cut the 150.
Yep.
Yes.
And you have-
Maybe I'm off from the start.
We have 3,928,777.
928,
Yes.
not 3,781,000. 3,928,000.
So the cuts, let's go back through this really, really quickly. The unemployment, we cut to 20,000. Emergency planning, we kept the same. Office supplies, we cut to 3,000. Codification, we cut to 2,500. Contract services, we left the same. Humane Society, take the 150,000 out because we're moving it to edit. And those are all the changes I have. Am I missing anything?
I don't know. Maybe yours is different in Gateway from what I had, so to start with. So we'll just go with yours and I'll look into it.
Okay.
Could you go back over
But y'all make
the
sure the numbers are correct. 'cause
emergency planning supplies? I thought we said we were gonna keep that because,
We did.
okay.
Yeah.
So what was your total then, Jessica?
3,928,777.
I'm sorry, 928?
Yes.
So the emergency planning supplies, we took it down to 2,000.
No, we said we were gonna keep it because it's the EAD or
Okay.
the pads and stuff that you use for that are used,
Okay,
things that get obsoleted.
so it's 2,400.
Correct.
Okay.
So are we good on that one? And I'll give you guys updated numbers once I get them on Gateway too.
Yeah, I think yours is right.
Okay.
Mine was off. Cause I did it twice. Okay. Plan Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Pam.
Thanks.
Plan Commission, he, in the book was at 320, he asked for, I think he came back in email and said the number is actually 327,000.
Correct.
And that's a, is that a match with the city?
He said it's 55% to the city and 45% by the county.
Okay. Everybody okay with that one? All right. Page 20, Human Resources.
Okay. Mr. President, if I may please, on a part-time, line 11700, zero out, part-time. And on line 23401, food, reduce that down to $1,000. That's the only changes I have, Mr. President.
So obviously, we have part-time in there now, right? 'Cause
Good question.
we spent $6,000.
Yeah.
So are we just gonna let one go?
We don't currently have an active part-time person. She graduated from college and moved.
Okay.
So, and I don't see the need to refill that position at this time.
Okay. As long as it's not gonna short you.
And then the food, you say food, was, okay. How much about, we have 1,000, how much did we want it? change?
For what? The
For-
food line, we're taking it to 1,000.
That'd be a $2,000 cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Is council okay with that? Okay, so that brings my total to 122,260.
So your food line, you don't have anything coming up like a Christmas carry-in or a Thanksgiving, anything?
So what I was trying to do with that has not quite panned out this year the way I hoped it would. I do think I'll use a little bit of it in conjunction with the Christmas party this year, potentially. So I'm fine with you cutting it. I may not end up using any of it if I can't yet plan what I wish to do with that.
Yeah.
So we good with that on the HR? Okay. Would anybody be opposed to taking a real quick 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a break and come back to County Museum on page 21.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just hadn't looked down. I thought we were.
Oh, boy. Let's do, yeah, get that redo.
Yes. Carrie is just.
Like that?
How's it going?
Yeah, I thought, you know, we were on, but.
I happened to have been looking into that 112 yesterday, actually, and from what I'm seeing, we could use it for that, but we would have to, now, the State Board of Accounts might not say anything, but legally, we have to frame the ordinance in such a way that we would show that they're going to use it somehow for capital improvement or something besides just their operating expenses. So,
Well, and matter you just read the
Ah, did they? Oh, I bet.
law then, because we're using this for any general fund. And Paul Wyman, he said everything.
I think we need to move this back over here, because we were losing Jessica and them, their voice. Okay.
there's a law that says it has to use economic development.
Frank's got a booming voice, so I think he'll make it.
So let's say, okay, for a few years back, when they decided to build that new building, that would have been tax muster. But just to pay their salaries and their day-to-day expenses, it does not. It's not. Yeah, the State Board of Accounts, they overlook it. Yeah. But they could also come back and say that's not economic.
These are.
So,
I mean, like,
so
it says
that's what I was seeing. So I need to challenge. Apologize for that. You know way more about all this than I
No,
do.
I don't. No, I don't. I know what was.
Right.
I don't know what is.
Right.
Okay. Let me see. As far
On page 21, County Museum. I turned it on. Hot. You good, Jeremy? Okay. So this one is all in the personnel services, and there's no change from the request from last year. Everybody okay to move on from this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Page 22, Superior Court 1. Any suggestions on this one?
I believe that Judge Elkin suggested
Oh, that's right.
that we zero out the drug screen line.
He did. Thank you.
Okay.
Were there any other considerations on this one? So removing that drug screen line takes the total to 212,173. Nope.
We're at two, they
Why did
started
I-
at 236.
Why did I do that? 224, 170.
Yes.
Yep, so sorry. I did that wrong. There you go.
Now we're on Superior Court 1.
That was Superior 1.
Okay.
Mhm. Next one will be Superior Court 2. Judge Dahl.
We did make a note to increase his continuing education to 1,400.
That's
I had
correct.
that note too.
That is correct.
Something happened there. What was the reason for that? I had that note, that number, but I
He
didn't write down
was
why.
paying for his
It's the annual
his
judges
annual
conference
judges
that
conference
they
out of
have
his
coming up.
pocket.
Correct.
So we suggested that he put that in there.
I think
I believe
they
it was
have
in
that every
Fort Wayne.
September.
Yes.
I was looking at a possible cut in the overtime. Yeah, 7,000, right now this meant 1,863. So I was going to suggest that we cut maybe at least a couple of thousand out of that to about 5.
Make it 5.
That's good.
What about the drug screen line item 32640?
Yeah, I have a note there to reduce that down by 50% to 3,000. That's what I was thinking.
I was in that ballpark.
Yeah.
What's everybody feel about that? I'm seeing head shaking, so, okay. Take that one to 3. And moving the overtime to 5,000 gives me a total, this is the wrong one. 206,864.
Yes.
Okay. We feel good about that one? Okay. Next page, Superior Court 3.
I have a note that says this is the same as last year.
Yeah, Judge Tate does a good job of trying to keep it tight. Really? I can't be right.
I would be okay with reducing the continuing education line 31,110 from 3,000 to 1,000. council would so.
Yeah, I had a note about that one as well.
Yeah.
Okay with that?
1,000?
Mhm.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, so it'd be trimming about 2,000 off. So that brings my total to 266,074.
Mhm.
Okay. If we're good, we
Do we do
can,
any cuts on office supplies?
we can look at that.
Well, I was just saying if it's 6,000,
He's expended about half of it, so I don't know if it's I don't know if it's front loaded or not.
I'm not sure, but I think his court is volume. He has a lot of volume go through this court. And his office supplies might be more than others.
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll leave that as we just discussed. Superior Court 4. Looks like his request was reduced by 1,000 from the year prior.
I wanted to make a suggestion in this account. Sometimes at the end of the year, they pay out comp time, and last year, they did not have any money to pay out, and we had to borrow from the general fund. I don't know if we want to add a small amount in there
To overtime or a comp time
to
line?
overtime.
Can they pull out of that for comp time?
Yes, because that's usually, I mean, it's usually paid at straight time, but he doesn't have any other place that he can ever transfer it from. I think it's happened the last 2 years, so I would suggest just adding a small amount in there. Let me see what they paid last year. It just makes it hard on our office, because when they're paying it at the end of the year, it's the very last pay of the year, and it makes our accounts go negative.
And we don't want that right at the end of the year.
Mm-mm.
Sorry. Sorry, my computer's.
The basement slowing it up.
Yeah. We did, they did about $1,100 last year for a payout. Maybe
Yeah, I was
1,500,
gonna say, do you wanna plug in 15 just to
just to be safe.
So
cushion?
he trimmed off $1,000 in dues and subscription, so if we just move that 1,000 up to that overtime line, then his budget
Yeah.
remains the same.
And we could even, yeah, we could even just say 1,000 and just let him know that that's the only amount he has. I'm okay with that. If you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, yeah. That's a very good suggestion. Thank you.
204. So the total for that's 204,364.
Yes,
We good?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Page 26, the magistrate court. This one was exactly the same from the year prior.
Yeah, I might suggest, Mr. President, that office supplies, line 23,600, reduce to $1,000. And 1,500, if that works for everyone.
So you want it to be a total of 1,000 or,
Yeah,
okay, so a 500 reduction.
yes.
Everybody okay with that? Okay, so my total for that is 101,832.
Could there be each of these courts have their own accounts for office supplies, right? Do we buy them all together though? Or it's like,
No.
is there a reason why? You could say, hey, all the courts have one purchasing of office supplies, or for that matter, a lot of the departments of the county might have, common purchasing of office supplies that would,
It doesn't really save us money to order in bulk.
doesn't do
but,
that?
I think that might be hard to track, or it would have to be one person that would be in charge of that. And I don't know
Head of the
if
Doge?
that's a great idea. Yeah. My thoughts only.
Yeah.
Would we call that job enrichment for Carrie?
I don't think Carrie would appreciate
All right, I'll be
that.
quiet. That was a term I learned from HR people. Oh, that's just called job enrichment, when you get something extra.
Okay, we ready to move
Sorry.
on? No, you're good, Frank. It's a good question. Page 27, Unified Courts. So I think, to your question, this one could supplement that if a council wanted to do that, but you would need to clarify with everybody. I believe Brian and I talked about a couple ones in this fund. Brian, do you have that note?
No, I don't have
Okay. We talked a little bit, and I'm open to whatever the council wants to do. This transcriptionist line seems kind of underspent. But I don't want, and that's 11215. So I didn't know if that one could be cut a little bit or not. It just depends. It could be back for an additional if we cut it too hard, but.
What do you suggest?
I took it down to 16,000 was what I had kind of penciled in, but obviously open for debate.
We did just have a claim for this,
Okay,
and it's over $8,000.
okay, so then I would take it to 16. Yeah, for 16 for the expended, so maybe we should leave it then.
Well, I think we could still cut it.
Yeah.
20,000?
Yeah.
Okay,
Because they do have two lines. They have the transcripts and then the transcriptionist,
right,
but they pay a lot out of both.
okay.
But I think it'd be safe to take it in.
Okay, so we'll take that one to 20,000.
And I would also look at translators. It's at 25,000, and as of this time, they had spent 8549.
What do you suggest?
Translators.
Do we know where they are now, Jessica?
I could look.
Then the transcripts line was really low funded versus the budgeted amount as well, but I don't know if there's been an adjustment to that since this report.
The transcripts.
Yeah,
At the end of last year, they only had $10 left
okay,
$10?
in transcripts.
yeah. Like I said, I know if they start having a lot of court cases and all that, that eats through that pretty fast.
As of right now, they've spent $12,128 out of translators for Unified.
So I would suggest down to 20.
Okay.
Transcripts?
Yes. No, translators.
Both of them will
Both
be
of
at
them,
20.
actually.
Yeah.
Both of them at 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then the other transcripts line.
So in review, line 11,215, transcriptionist, set at 20,000. Line 32,190, transcripts, set at 20,000. And line 31,130, translators, set at 20,000. Is that what you have?
What was the first one you said, John?
I don't, transcripts, I don't think we talked about that one.
We didn't talk about transcripts?
Not
Yeah,
yet.
transcripts we did, we said 20,000 on that, like 32,190, right?
I think we've talked about transcriptionist,
yeah,
which
sorry.
is up
Jumped
in
ahead.
personal services.
Right. And then translators and other services.
Transcripts is the one you said they had $10 left last year.
Last year,
Yeah, so
But
maybe
I'm
keep,
looking at, but
but as of
they
right
spent
now,
4255, they have budget
14,000
32,000.
left.
So we're really spending it on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you said, how much have they spent right now? Is it around 16,
For which
16, is
one,
that
I'm
right?
sorry?
Transcripts.
Transcripts, line 32,190.
They have spent,
Is that the one you added the $8,000?
they've only spent about 5,000.
Okay.
So that's less than I thought.
Yeah,
You said,
you could probably cut it a little more.
I got it to 15.
Yeah.
So that's line 32,190,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
down to 15,000?
okay, I'm working on my total here. So if my numbers are right, I show a total for this entire fund of $287,500.
Mm-hmm.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Should be on Circuit Court on page 28 next. And it looks like she trimmed a little bit from last year's budget.
I had a question on the maintenance service contract. She had nothing budgeted. And I marked that, was that, anybody else marked that? That was a oversight or something along those lines?
Which line? Maintenance and service?
31,210.
I think I had a note that said that the copier was no longer needed.
I think she zeroed that out.
Okay.
Yep. Kathy is agreeing in the back, so.
Yeah, she's working with Jeremy on the copy kind of study they're doing, so that was the only thing.
Okay.
Any changes? Stick with it? Okay, that will go on as presented. Page 29, probation. It's 29 and 30, sorry. if y'all recall, Judge Tate was working with the magistrate, Judge Shepard, and trying to figure all this out. There's some changes that could be made after the first of the year. They worked really hard to try to get all their funds to try to balance as close as they could. So this is a piece of it.
Yeah, this was a challenge. And the pay increases are state mandated. And even though some have a larger percentage, they're being moved from one fund to another. It's a work that is yet to be finished, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had to move some things back to the general fund. They've lost some of their funding, or some of their fees haven't been sustaining salaries. I think that Judge Tate has some ideas for 2026, but we had already entered all the budget stuff, so I'm not sure what all he's planning to do, but I think he's trying to help the general fund for next year.
Yeah.
Trying to offset some of these that had to be moved in.
I had a note here, I believe, from the auditor's office on line 35,640, cutting that to 7,000.
Yes.
So the request is to possibly go to 7,000 for the rental lease fees. Any discussion?
Sounds good.
Okay. Any other items on theirs? Okay, so with that, I show a total of $1,542,766. Okay. If we're good with that, we'll move on to Public Defender on page 31.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
On office supplies, line 23,600, I'd like to reduce that from 4,000, or from 6,000 to 4,000. And office supplies, PDs, line 23,620, I'd like to reduce that to zero. Zero that out.
PDs are
Public defenders. So it'd be office supplies for their offices, I suppose, which they do have their own private offices that they work out of, if I'm thinking right. Yeah.
take that 32,000 down to zero.
So where are you gonna put that 10.9 that they've spent so far this year?
Well,
They just won't be able to spend it. They'll still have office supplies, but that's for their
Office
personal.
here at the county, yeah.
Yeah.
they're half private businesses, half public defenders. And the 32,000 we're at, that they're requesting is exorbitant. And I think that's one where we can cut that down and they're still fine, and I think they're still fine. I'll just stop at that.
Yeah, it does feel to me like they're a little bit heavy between the the equipment and the office supplies for the public defenders, in my opinion. I don't know what the right number is, but
So these would be office supplies in their private office?
yes.
Okay.
So it's almost like somewhat of a stipend in a way.
So if they had a new public defender come in, it would set them up with maybe a computer or something like that, or what?
Well,
What's it?
Jeremy would, well, we wouldn't have any new. Is that what you mean?
I don't know what they use it for.
I think the office supplies for PDs, what he's kind of referring to is that's for their personal offices at their own businesses. But because they do work for Howard County, they justify spending our office supplies for their personal offices. I could be misspeaking.
I think that's about right.
So do they have
Like a percentage or whatever.
two sets of like computers or something? One for county cases and one for?
Would
I think
office
they use
supplies even
equipment.
fall under, or would computers fall under office supplies
They have, today they purchased a computer,
through office supplies?
a monitor, I should say.
Did they do their county work out of their personal office?
I don't know, that's the, yeah.
And they don't have another office somewhere like county?
Yeah, the county doesn't actually have a physical office for them currently.
I had a note here, I don't know if anybody else did, as far as switching the equipment line and the office supplies for PD. Anybody else have anything?
So yeah, I believe they were buying, for what Andrew told us, was they were buying computers, they were buying less computers, and he said they needed to buy more office supplies. But it sounds like, well, I shouldn't make that assessment, so, anyway.
Okay.
So they still have some wiggle room with equipment
Yeah.
at 10,000. It's
They
not
would
like,
still have 10,000 in equipment, and they would still have the office supply line, not the office supply PDs, but they would have the office supplies.
yeah.
And what did we decide that the office supplies would be minus 2,000 or 2,000?
Minus two.
Okay, so it's 4,000.
It's not like we're handicapping their abilities. They're, yeah.
So do we have a number? Do you want to challenge John on that, or go with it?
Go with it.
Well, the question is, what substantiated the raise from 10,929 to the current ask of 32?
They did have 22,000 of their, that was adopted in 2025, and they've spent 10,000 this year.
So far this year.
So far this year.
But 24, we never had a budget line for this.
It might not have just been funded, I can't remember.
What's that?
It might not have just been funded, it might have been zero.
Okay.
The line was there.
Yeah.
So zero.
Is that where we stand?
I'm feeling like we need to have something in there, like 5,000,
That's a good point.
because I mean, somehow they found $11,000 worth of supplies. If we take it to zero, then
I was just curious what the difference is between the two lines, the 23,600 and 23,620.
The 23,620 is for their personal offices.
Well, I heard they don't have other offices here, right?
Right,
So it's 4 offices outside of county.
right.
What's 23,600 for then?
Maybe for all their,
For their office here at the county, like the employees,
yeah.
like the, what's the?
Administrative assistant.
Yes.
But I think they also use that for some of their supplies too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you recommend?
I recommend putting 5,000 in there.
I could go 5,000 because there may be expenses that they do need to cover that are for work.
And you got a line item in there.
Okay, 5 on that one?
Good suggestion. Yeah, it takes us all, you know. I certainly.
You just wanted those and more than you wanted to do.
What's the total, Dan?
If there are no other changes. Oh, shoot, I just went the wrong one.
Should be 31,000 less.
Did it right?
193, 1952.
20, so 2 is 29 less. I have 1936952.
Yes.
Okay.
936, what?
952. All right, we're good. All right, EMA is next.
If I can, Mr. President.
Mm-hmm.
Line 23304, uniform allowance. Reduce it to $1,500.
Okay.
And line 23350, institution and medical supplies. Reduce it to $2,500. And line 23210, gas, oil, and lubricants, reduce it to $21,000. And utilities, line 32202, reduce it to 15,000.
Okay.
Line, that's utilities, line 32202, reduce it to 15,000. That's all the suggestions I had.
John, what was the second one you said?
That would be institution and medical supplies, line 23350. And reduce it to $2,500. That's all I have.
Okay. Any discussion on those?
Gas, oil, lubricants, we're thinking, based on what they've spent, is that, you said 2,100?
Yeah.
21,000.
21,000.
Yeah.
And they can always come back.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? You want any more discussion? Are you still chewing through it?
note also about educational materials. It doesn't look like we've spent anything. We've got $1,200 budgeted, account 23720. Maybe reduce that by $700.
Okay.
500.
One note on the utilities is probably everyone's aware they have moved, so I don't know how that will affect the utilities.
That's a good point.
The other.
Hadn't thought about that. Okay, with those suggested changes, I have a total of $294,225.
Say again.
$294,225. You ready to move on? All right, weights and measures, page 33.
Mr. President, if I may, line 23,600, office supplies, reduce by half to $800. And line 23,210, gas, oil, and lubricants, reduced to $2,000. And line 32,130, travel and training, reduced to $500. And line 32,410, printing, reduced to $800. That's all I have.
Okay. Any more comments on that one? Everybody-
Is that printing that, see, is that stuff that they put on the gas pumps?
I suppose it could be.
I suppose it could be, yeah.
Okay. I'm all right.
So if I have those numbers right, my total for his fund is $80,073. Is the council okay with that one?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to maintenance. Page 34. Uh-oh.
Mr. President, if I may, overtime, line 11,800. We could reduce that to $1,100 or $11,000, I'm sorry.
$11,000. Is council okay with that?
I was thinking, I had 1,500 or 15,000 in mind. I like 11,000, but that might be too tight. So, guess they could come back if they need. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
I'm open.
Yeah, I was in the ballpark of both your numbers in my head, so whatever the group wants to do.
I'd go with 15.
I would too.
John, I always thought I was a conservative until I met you.
People think I'm a liberal.
Oh.
It's terrible. The, with tires and tubes, line 23,220, if we could reduce that to 1,000. If we could reduce line 23,201, jail grounds, to 1,000.
Okay.
If we could reduce uniforms, line 23,302 to 4,500.
Okay.
Could reduce line 23,210, gas, oil, and lubricants to 12,400. If we could reduce line 23,360, institutional supplies, to 32,000.
If I could interrupt you just for a second, so.
Yeah.
So now we'll go the opposite way, because I was thinking, about 25,000. Why do you think 32? You've generally been going about double or a little more than what they have. And that one, they've spent 13,579. So what were your thoughts on 32 as opposed to maybe 25?
Well, I'm thinking this probably 6 months, first 6 months, 13 and a half, double that, that'd be 27. And just a little leeway because there's unexpected. It's just 32, it just
Okay.
felt right. There's no real.
My math was not very good there.
There's no real tangible reason. It's just, it just felt right.
Okay.
I think it's a
Those are-
20%.
Yeah, my math was not very good.
Okay.
So we're okay with 32 on that one? Okay.
Line 22,530, equipment repair supplies. We could reduce that to 48,000. And I could go stronger than that.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask.
And I'm open for suggestions. That's probably a little bit high still.
I'd say
40?
I mean, 13, basically 14, so it comes to 28 if you double it. So I could have 35.
That sounds fine with me. How about everybody else?
Is there any fall reconditioning of equipment that's summer used? Now that we're into the winter, that we're gonna take all the summer equipment out and do the repairs, so that 13 is gonna,
Do you want us to see what they spent in '24?
that'd be good.
On the maintenance or something else? Sure. Make sure to turn it on the mic, please.
If I could, just say something about the maintenance and even the other departments. I've been in municipal government a long time. And one of the things I would caution against, if you look at a department and say, well, they've only used this much halfway through or 3/4 of the way through, whatever it may be, it could be sending a message to departments that, okay, we're right here, we've got to spend this much, otherwise they're gonna cut me if I don't spend X amount. And it's like getting to the end of a year. And I've seen departments over my history in government is that we gotta spend. We gotta go out and buy pencils, we gotta go out and buy pens, we gotta go out and buy paper. Otherwise, the council will cut my budget. And I've seen that over and over, and it's just becomes a waste of funds. And I've always tried to tell departments, spend what you need, but don't overspend. But I've heard it over and over that if we don't spend it, we'll lose it. And that's just a caution. I've always tell people, let's not play that game. You know, because if you don't need it, it reverts back to the general fund.
If I may, Mr. Commissioner, we've talked about that, and we're fully aware that there's that possibility that can be interpreted that if they don't spend it, it's going to get cut. So we're aware of that. We're hoping that our government family realizes that SB1 is coming down from the state, and we're looking through our little crystal ball, and we're hoping that they, in good spirit, realize this is serious, something's got to be done, and we don't know how to get to where we have to go other than to cut everywhere we can possibly cut, and still it won't be enough. So we're trusting on the good intentions, the good faith, the goodwill of our Howard County government family to follow us and say, well, you know, we didn't choose this. This is something that's been given to us to deal with. And we're hoping on the good faith of our people. And we're confident things will be okay.
And to kind of piggyback on him, we did look back all the way to 23 to look at people's patterns of spending. So it's not just we're trying to take money away. We're looking at what's needed for their budget, and we're hoping that they can sustain what you're choosing to cut, and just based on the last 3 years of expenditures.
Yeah.
So.
And I want to add on to that too. When we cut it, if it's not enough, when they come back and ask, then we're going to have how much they ask for. And that will be a good measurement for next year if we want to use it, if we have the money, okay?
Correct.
I think this is a good time to look at it because they haven't rushed out and spent money yet. So I think I wouldn't come back unless I needed money, and I can tell you what I needed it for. And I think a lot of department heads feel like that, so I think we'll get it. I like this. I think we'll get a better measurement of what they really are doing, okay? So.
In this equipment repair line, the last couple of years, Bill has spent almost what he is budgeted. In this line particularly. So the $60,000, he'd have maybe less than 10 left of it, around 5,000, 4,000.
And he sent
And your points are well made and well taken. It's just, what got me thinking about it was especially maintenance. And you know, the buildings we have are aging, and sometimes things come up at the last moment. So that's what got me thinking about it, and just wanted to make that point, so thank you for allowing me to just make that point. Maintenance is a tough area, and I know Mr. Stone Street comes to us sometimes like, we got this broke and we gotta fix it. No one expected it, but it broke.
And
So
he does a
thank
good-
you for letting me go.
Thank you. And he does a good job, I think we'll all agree with, spending only what he needs, so.
Yep.
I would say that if he is spending almost what, he's asked for, he's not repairing equipment that doesn't need repaired. So
Correct.
I would be inclined to leave that one, I think.
So leave it at 60?
I mean, if you wanted to reduce to 55 maybe, but I wouldn't go much farther than
I like that, 55. Yeah,
55?
yeah.
Okay.
So,
And if I can continue,
Yep.
line 32, 120, postage. Reduced to 100. Line 32, 130, travel and training, reduced to 500.
the only thing I would say on that one is, and I don't know what kind of travel or training they're doing, but compared to what we budget for most other departments, this is pretty low already. So I don't know that I would reduce that, but if the council wants to, I'm okay. But just a thought.
I'm good, whatever you,
Everybody else thinks.
Yeah.
whatever you think. We'll leave
I'd say
it at that.
keep it at 1,000.
Okay.
Any suggestions in the 300 class?
The only thing I wondered, and I don't know if it's worth it, is the utilities. I know we keep upgrading our utilities. I don't know if that should go down at some point, but I'm not smart enough to say it should or shouldn't. And by how much?
When I talked to Bill, he said that, and I think I told you, he keeps enough in there that hopefully he can buy a sweeper or something at the end of the year that he needs, okay? I mean, but I don't know that I would cut it with the weather changes as extreme as they've been, okay? So,
Do you wanna know what he spent last year?
yeah, what?
Last year, he transferred $35,000 out of this line and still had 82,000 left.
So, he could cut it. Okay.
I would
Where'd
say-
he transfer the money to? Equipment?
I don't know. I'd have to dig
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
deeper for that one.
Okay. Well, we had a number we were gonna bring it down to, I think, when we met in a group. Did we say,
I kicked around the idea of taking 40,000 off to about 280, but that was just an idea that I had.
that's what I had.
I'm good with that.
So utilities go to 280?
Correct.
What is the line 32,2034?
I think that's to pay for The trash, like dumpsters, let me see.
So if he's doing a project, he needs to rent a dumpster.
I think, or it could just be to cover dumpsters that are
That we use all
county.
the time.
It's also for exterminators, so they are paying for those services out of that line. Let me see this year, sorry, it was on a different. So, yeah, exterminator so far is the only thing that has come out, services come out of that.
And do you have there how much he spent last year on
Last year,
that? Yes.
let me pull that up. He spent $1,700 last year.
Okay, so he's got 10,000 requested. I think I would suggest 5,000 on that.
You feel okay on that one? Any other suggestions? So if not, I have a total of $1,230,764 for that one.
Say it one more time, please.
$1,230,764.
I'm sorry.
Ready to move on? Okay. Page 35, prosecutor, title 4D. This is the one I'm not sure if we could take some of those 100 series, a couple of them at least, and put into the incentive fund.
I think that's a great idea. And did you have a couple positions there in mind?
Well, I had marked the new ones that we had recently added, just the overage amount, but I've not heard back from Prosecutor McCann on that one yet, so I'm not real helpful.
Sorry, but I do think that's a great idea.
Can you expand on what you're, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I think that they have a lot of certain rules
Yeah.
that they have to
Yeah.
follow, and I know it's highly audited, so I
Yeah.
don't know the answer to that.
I don't really want to feel comfortable making a wild guess on it without him confirming
Yeah.
what we can or can't. But I thought there was like 300 and some thousand in that fund, the incentive fund, and so I thought we could possibly move 10 or 20,000 or something over there just to help offset the general. But
And I think that if those people are looking at a certain percentage of cases in this area,
yeah,
then they can do it.
so
that was-
we can continue that discussion. That can be amended later if have to.
Yeah.
But
I
I just failed to get that done in a timely manner, so I apologize. Other than the personnel, are there any other changes to this one? Okay, well, we'll leave it as presented. Okay, next page 36, soil and water. Her request was the same as the year prior.
I'd like to see us bring that overtime down at least some. I don't know. I have no idea how much he's planning to use of that. He's not used any yet, but it'll maybe bring it down to 1,500.
How much did they spend last year?
Yeah, I can look.
Probably just depends on how many projects they've got going and how they are on schedule with them.
Looks like they transferred the whole 2,000 out of that line, so they didn't spend it on overtime.
Bring it down to 1,000.
Yep.
So the ask was to go take that to 1,000. Okay. That takes it to 112,204. You good with that? Okay. Howard Haven, page 37. Budget was same as, the ask was the same as 2025, I'm sorry.
I'd have the same question about overtime for previous year.
For McKenzie, not for me.
Logan. Okay. 2024, she had, looks like she transferred money in, so she spent $2,000 of overtime.
And I think that's just set aside for, because they're 24 hours, so sometimes they have to
The
work
holidays.
Holidays.
Mm-hmm.
To 3.
Yeah.
Anything else on this one?
Well, what about last year for institution and medical supplies, 23350?
That's one that can float around. So yeah, it's a good question.
Any suggestions?
She spent $7,100, so she had $1,300 left in that line last year.
Yeah, let's go at maybe 8,000.
Mhm.
500.
My clicking is loud, I'm sorry. Anybody else? We good with those changes?
How much did she spend altogether on food last year? 2024.
Probably most of it.
Probably all of it.
There was an additional appropriation this year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they're already over half.
Okay.
She spent $14,754 on food last year.
Okay. Okay, well, we probably have to.
Yeah.
I wouldn't reduce that.
All right, I have $2,500 reduction total for this fund. Anybody else? We good with that? I guess that's what it is. Okay. Last one for the general fund.
What's the total on this one?
77,215.
say total reduction, 2,500?
I believe so, yeah. 2,000 out of overtime,
Oh, okay.
500 out of institutional.
That's good.
Thanks, Brian. The last one for the general fund would be IT. Any suggestions on this one?
He pretty much spends what he budgets.
I called him and talked to him about if he could reduce his computer maintenance. He sent me a spreadsheet. with
Get from talking to IT guys.
He sent me a spreadsheet, and I don't know, I can't touch his budget. He's spending everything, the world is computerized, and that is our department, and he seems to be a good steward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Plus, he's a good teacher. I asked him what that little dinosaur was and the QR codes that he showed. Actually, Gary had one on a job posting, and I said, I've seen some different QR codes. I didn't know what you called it, a dinosaur, a duck, or a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or what. And Jeremy gave me a nice response. He said it's from Google. If you use a QR code from Google, that's what you get. And I asked if that dinosaur was eating up all the cash balance in the general fund.
All right, well, if we're good with that one, we'll leave it as is. And I think that's a great stopping point for a lunch break. So we will, I don't think we need a motion, but we'll just take a pause and go, if you want, you can go to Howard Haven for lunch. And we'll come back here, and is 1 o'clock good to start, or we think we can make that too tight? Okay, we'll shoot for 1:15. ready to go from lunch. Jeremy, are we good to go? All right. So we will pick up where we left off, and that would put us on page 39, the LIT Economic Development Fund. And I had to reboot my computer, so bear with me 1 second while I get my stuff pulled up, but you can discuss amongst yourselves.
This is the fund you was wanting to move the Humane Society to.
That is a discussion point from earlier, yes.
Yeah, is that,
And I've made a note of that.
how would you do that? Is now the time to do it?
Yes, now would be the time to do that. And I don't know if it's just make
As long as
a line
it's
or if there's
expense, you can do that. And that was 150,000, correct?
yeah. Does it need its own line or can it be lumped in with,
I think I would probably make its own line.
that's fine.
Just so that we can keep track of that money.
And we already have
And we have
an
a line.
account for that, yeah.
We'll be okay
We
with
just
that
use
one.
the same account
Okay.
numbers, just changing funds.
All right.
Yeah.
So the one change we will do right off the bat is we'll add 150,000 back into this for the Humane Society discussion and let the commissioners handle that at their leisure, was my
It just
proposal.
adds an account within this group.
Yeah, so we would add a line item for that.
It will still be the line item number will be 36110.
Are we confident the State Board of Accounts won't accuse us of barking up the wrong account?
Blame me if that's the case, I guess.
I liked your barking.
Bark, bark. Hey. You know, I was thinking, one thing that we haven't really been following today is that famous economic rule, which is the law of diminishing returns after lunch.
After lunch.
All right, that's it.
And
Carrie's not here, but she
I
would
do
have shut
wanna
me off by
add-
now.
for GCC, we
Yes.
need to move that back up to that
27.
27,775.
That's correct.
Those were the only things that I had.
Is it different?
What number did you have?
I don't know why I had this.
Last year's was 27,775.
Yeah, did they turn in?
What they turn in this year?
We'll double check.
Well, I have a little note of 5,000.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So we thought maybe we would trim that a little bit, or the commissioners thought we may trim that, but it's a 10% match with the city. So whatever the city does, we match them.
So it's cut.
And which
So
one's
it
that?
needs to be, sorry, we stand corrected.
Who asked that?
CGC,
Oh,
It needs to be 27,
924.
924,
75.
75. So
What?
925.
25, yeah, we'll just round that. Mm-hmm.
27,925.
And I think that's really important on that line item, that we in the city act in unison, because what we do, the federal government expands on it, and we get a lot more in return than what we put in.
Yeah.
And
Which one was that?
That was
Educate-
32210.
Governmental Coordinating Council.
Yeah.
5,000 or plus 500?
It's 5150. So $5,150 onto the GCC.
Oh.
So it's not gonna be 27,775. It's going, or it's not gonna be 27,925.
27,925 is what it
That's
is.
5,000.
Mm-hmm, because it went from 22.
It's 5,000.
150.
150.
Okay, okay.
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 Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, sir,
Yes?
line item 32204, the 4-H Association, we have a cut of $5,000 I would like to expand that to 25,000, back to where it was, because of its importance to the county. I think 4-H, I think we need a strong 4-H in our county.
Okay.
I think we get a lot of bang for the buck.
How does the rest of the council feel about that? Okay.
So that steps up to what it was last year, 25,000.
It would match what was last year, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the other, I'm sorry.
It's just 4-H.
Okay.
Any other discussions on line items that are currently there?
Are we okay with the other cuts that were made, the Chiquita and NCIRPC?
Is there enough in the unsafe properties? But if there isn't, they come back and ask.
That one
Unsafe
is-
properties?
I think they have a project for next year for that already.
Okay.
I think that money's already allotted towards something else.
Yeah, I feel like on that one, if and when the time comes, they feel like there's more to do.
Come back.
That fund does have a healthy balance that we could probably do some more potentially in 26 if needed.
Okay, so just to be clear, the 32210 is going to 27,925, and then the 4-H is going to 25,000, Humane Society, 150. Are those the only changes? Okay.
One more time on the 32210, please.
32210, 27,925.
And what's the bottom, the total?
With those changes, that puts us at $1,365,400.
What's the balance in that?
1,443,000.
I don't know about right now. We were projecting a cash balance to start the year at 2.2 and have, if you add that 150, 202.4 at the end of 2026. So it's still cash positive.
Looks good.
And you made no changes to 37013, right?
Have not currently.
Everything for the symphony theater, so even that as
Mm-hmm.
let's cut it 10,000.
Yes.
Well, I might suggest, Mr. President, that since this fund is strong, and
Yeah.
the symphony is on this right here, they're an organization that needs every penny they can get, and they have good crowds of people in the wintertime. And I would think that that'd be one that we wouldn't want to undercut, if it's possible.
Okay.
I'd like to keep that the same if all things being equal. Being that this fund is strong.
I'd like to make a request to add an additional line for support of the rescue mission in the amount of $150,000.
Okay. So the requests are 10 additional and 150. Council have any questions on that? Commissioners
So
have
are
it?
we adding 150,000 for the rest of the year?
Mr. Brett has just asked that. Sorry, I said Mr. Brett, but Sanders. Councilman
Does
Sanders.
that come out of the miscellaneous economic development? It's 576,
I forget people sometimes.
No?
Huh?
That's what we use for the
For miscellaneous?
570 is what? Yes. The, is it,
Talking about Fund 32,250.
Yeah.
right, yeah.
That's the fund that the council gets half of this, and we put that into the general fund. The other half, an equal amount, 576,400, the commissioners spend as,
Other way around.
yeah.
And since I've been a commissioner, we've spent that once, and then at the end of the year, that goes back into the general fund. Except this year, we were going to help with the heating out there at the jail, because the bill come in. My understanding is now there is funds, so that can be reverted back. But at the end of the year, that fund always reverts to the general fund, which is a good thing. So it's good to have that in case it is needed. But like I said, historically, it's not spent, so it goes right back to the general fund.
So, is your recommendation a new account for rescue mission? A new account line, or just boost that line that's,
I'm not sure what the appropriate mechanism would be.
32250, I guess is the line. Would you boost that by 150? Or say, hey, we want a new account that says rescue mission?
I'm not sure if an additional account would be necessary.
Are you wanting for the building fund of the rescue mission or for operations of the rescue mission?
I think from this fund, looking at the rescue mission, the building project itself, I would view that as economic development. Because of additional jobs, $8 million investment into downtown. So I think there's a few different avenues that you could look at as to why that would be beneficial to the county. But that would be my interpretation of why it would be helpful to be in 1112.
The commissioners did take $100,000 of the opioid funds and give to the rescue mission building fund. So we did do that. That is what, 2 years ago? 2024.
Well, if my understanding of that, I thought it was attributed towards operational costs because the opioid fund could not be used towards the building, but towards the operation to offset.
And to be honest, I don't know what they used it for. We just gave them $100,000.
So are you
So-
asking that we commit it for 1 year or?
I would commit it for 1 year. Obviously, it would be difficult to commit beyond 1 year at this point, but because we have the funds available in the LEP fund, and this is true economic development, that's why I felt like we could try to meet their ask for this year.
You know, one thing that I've seen, I think it's a drug court, that seems to be, I think I might have said this before, it seems to be a first landing zone for people that are exiting from drug court. So besides economic, we know that there's a terrific and wonderful service that they provide to some people that vitally need some services here. So if there's a way to do it through this fund, I'm in support of that.
if the council was,
I mean, I think there's, as to whether the appropriate funding mechanism is used, as to Frank's point, there's a number of avenues that we could utilize, or why it would be beneficial to support the Rescue Mission. I think one of the things, especially with a tight budget, it can't go to the general because there's so
Right.
much that's the tight budget. We do have funding available here, and I believe it's truly economic development, so this would be a way to help alleviate their need. I would also say they've been a community partner for approximately 80-some years. They don't rely on the county to support them for general operating purposes. This is really a short-term need that they have. They do need a need in our community. So that was a mechanism I thought that could be beneficial to try to help the mission at this point.
We also have open arms that take the women. Well, I know one woman who had gone into reentry court where they entered her back into society through open arms.
That's kind of what I was saying relative to the first landing spot after going through the drug courts. So I'm with you, Brett.
Okay.
I don't know what the rest of us think, but I kind of like the idea of it being, and there are jobs associated with that as it's
There are
being
jobs.
finished.
We're investing $8 million in a facility in downtown. There's going to be new jobs added, and there's a lot of people working on it now with local contractors.
So are they short of money? Are they?
I think they have an $8 million goal as of several months ago. I think they were in the $5 or $6 million range of how much funds they've received.
Yeah.
So, and as the commissioners pointed out, last year we were able to contribute $100,000 towards operating or the building project. So I don't think it's outside of what we have done in the past, but they're typically not looking to us as a support to maintain their operating expenses. And so I think with this particular project, it would be beneficial to our community. It's obviously very well supported in our community, that we could be partners in this way.
I guess if the council would do something like this, choose to do it, I would probably ask the mission to develop a plan and present to the commissioners how they're going to assist with the homeless population, because that's a problem that's affecting all of us, especially the downtown merchants. So an edit fund would be appropriate to help with the merchants and our downtown residents. So I would ask for that plan from the rescue mission.
Before any money's allocated to them?
Well, before any money's released.
Yeah, yeah. I would support that as a condition, and I'll just stop it right there.
I mean, I share that point of view. I think I would, if we're going to hold them to that same standard, I think we probably should have the other entities that we're asking money, like the Humane Society, to have some type of agreement of what we're even spending it on. before
And we
commit.
do.
Okay, that's good.
Like with the Humane Society, we have a contract with them. Even if they're opioid dollars, we ask that from everybody we give opioid dollars to.
I would request from the commissioners that as you write that up, that you find out what their population is there, how many of them are coming in from outside the area. It seems to me that because they've expanded their building, and this is common not just in Kokomo, I think, but I just heard the mayor of Terre Haute describe other communities sending their people to Terre Haute because they have facilities. And I'm wondering if our rescue mission is actually a magnet, an attraction to draw people in from outside the area.
Councilman, you're right. We know for a fact that other communities are sending their homeless population here.
Yeah.
And part of the reason is because Howard County and the city of Kokomo provides attractive services. So people do send them here. And it's a problem. We just had a meeting to brainstorm about possible solutions. From that meeting, just connecting some services together, and they learned that there are some services available to help people return to their home community. And we wound up sending or assisting 7 people returning to their home community.
And I'd like to see some numbers on that, if you could, what the percentage is, what the population is.
There are some entities here in Howard County trying to track those numbers.
Yeah.
It's just a question for you, Brett. So if we do, as Commissioner Dodd said, and have them write up something on how they're gonna help the homeless, we need that. But is that in keeping with what your intent was for this money to help on the building project?
I mean, I cannot commit a report or a commitment from, from the rest of the commission as to what their intention is.
No, I'm saying, is that what you intended though, when you proposed this? Or did you intend this specifically for the building project?
I mean, I think the intention is that if we're utilizing the LID fund, then it would be for the building project, because I think that fits in line with the intention of what the fund is used for. As to how you police that and how it assists the county, I don't think that they would be competing ideas.
I think that they have a plan though that, and I can't find it on my phone, but they do have a rescue mission in Kokomo plan for this building project that they're doing. And it's called, Get Connected or whatever, so, and I'd like to get a copy of that. And I called yesterday to see, and I couldn't find it, so, you might want to get a copy of that, because they have things for what they're doing already.
John, I think I'm still aligned with Brett, but I'm thinking that having a plan for what they're gonna do about the homeless, that's not a bad idea, but I'm not sure that that should be a hurdle for saying, if the council wants to approve $150,000 to help get them over the next year or whatever for the building fund, that other is an aside. A good idea, but not necessarily something that you should definitely have to clear before this money gets approved. That's kind of where I'm at on
I
it.
don't think that would come from the council, I think that'd come from the commissioners.
Yeah.
It would almost be like hiring them to do it. Like you're giving them a project to solve the homeless, and here's what we're gonna pay you.
And we've done that with opiate funds, absolutely.
So,
Good point.
I think the intent is if they need money for their building project and it fits within the economic development, then that's where we go. We don't.
See, this is why our forefathers set this up. The council's gonna appropriate dollars, and the commissioners spend dollars. And so we've done this with our opioid funds, it'd be no different. So it's just the way our system's set up, and it works. So now, I wouldn't expect the council to put that stipulation in. I think that wouldn't be appropriate. But I think this is something the commissioners would set up, negotiate, and still. I think that's the way it works.
Okay, well, I think what we were wanting to do is appropriate for the capital project. fund.
Correct.
Right, not necessarily for finding a solution to the homestead problem, that's more than just a rescue mission, that's what.
Well, and I think this becomes a legal question about, is this appropriate out of our large edit fund for a building project? That seems to me need to be more appropriate. But I'll defer to Alan.
I think you're right, Jack. That's my way of thinking too.
Okay, now what did you just say?
Using the edit funds, I think, would be appropriate for
building.
What's being recommended.
For the capital development.
Right. I mean, I think that fundamentally, I don't want to put stipulations as to what the mission of the mission is, other than we know that they're a partner in our community and have an 80-plus year track record.
And they help a lot of people that need a lot of help.
Exactly. I mean, I can think of examples, people I went to school with, they were on the down on their luck, they went down there and they transformed their lives 20 years later, 15 years later, they have families, they're working. What was the alternative? Was it to go to our jail? Would their outcome be totally different? You know, I don't know. But there's other community partners too. I don't want to just single them out, but they do have an 80-year track record. So I feel like they're a tremendous community partner.
And let the commissioners work on that.
Right.
Stay in our lane, right?
Well said, Frank, well said.
I heard that from a guy named Jack.
So now, what lane are we in?
Approval of the
You're giving
budget.
us permission, or I don't want to say permission, but I believe that you're stating that if we fund it, if we put it in the budget, then the intention would be to utilize it for the intended purpose.
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to take a vote on that, Mr. President?
I think you guys tell me if you want to put it in, we can plug it in there. You're hashing
I
it
say,
out.
yeah, put it in.
By consensus, we haven't voted on anything.
Okay.
All right. I haven't heard anybody say no yet, so,
Okay.
okay.
We also have the civic theater.
Oh, yeah, John talked about that.
Yeah.
As council, do you want to do the $10,000 more for the civic grant?
No,
5,000 more for civic and more for, so it would be $10,000 between the civic and the symphony, or $20,000 for both.
I would go with what's proposed here, but that's my personal vote.
Where we land?
I guess the bigger question is how much of this is their operating budget? Like if we're a huge part of it, we ought to probably give them a little heads up if it's just enough to buy napkins.
It was bumped a few years ago, I don't know when, to the 20, and they've been continuing to give at that rate, so.
I think we're one of several partners that support the arts here in the community. And, their shows are good. They're very interesting, and people enjoy them. And just, I'd like to see them stay active, especially in this time of it's a kind of a community thing where members of the community get together and they're one unit enjoying the same thing, which nowadays that's becoming a rarity. And I'd just like to see them stay strong, at least from the county perspective.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Bunch of thespians over there, right? Tell him Daryl. Frank's a known philatelist and he hangs out with some thespians. You know what a philatelist is?
I know what a Philistine is.
Philatelist is a stamp collector.
Okay.
Okay, so moving forward, if I think I understand everybody right, where would you land on the Kokomo Civic grant? I heard one, keep it as is, where's everybody else at?
I think the question I would say is if the intention is to fully fund the 4-H association and saying that that's a valuable resource, what would be our justification to say we would cut in half the benefit to the civic theater and the symphony?
Yeah. Nicely said.
Understand.
I agree. I think it's
So what are we
something
doing?
that people spend their time at doing and
Taking that back to
appreciate. It's
20.
nice.
10 back.
I think that's a proposal for just funding them fully.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would be supportive of that.
Okay, is that where the council wants to land on that one?
So which line are
So
we?
wait, the civic grant, and what was the other one?
Symphony, they're one line.
It's the same thing.
Oh, and then, well then, do you want to move back up the Jaquita and the NCIRPC?
If I remember right, the NCIRCP or PC where I messed it up, that, we're still above the minimum on that,
Okay.
if I understand right from, yeah.
NCIR PC
Mhm.
322709. It's okay to leave that at 65,000 because that is our actual due.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the bottom line for that page?
Mine is 1603325.
Is that with the 150 for the,
What's our cash
could you say it again, please, Daryl?
1,603,325. Okay. We good on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for our good, positive working relationship with the commissioners and the council. I appreciate it.
That's right, sir.
And that's what the commission official budget is.
All right, that takes us to page 40.
Wait a
the
minute.
Sorry.
It's at the 90.
At the 90.
We left everything else. Okay, if we're good on that one, we can roll to the next page, page 40. Lit Special Purpose Fund 1114. This page is the benefits page. One thing to note is the FICA should have a sum of 600,000 in it. Is that correct, Jess?
Yes.
That's a note that I had.
Okay. And then there is an unobligated at the bottom that needs to be removed. So if you take that out, that fund is actually, that specific one's at $3,450,000.
Looks good.
Okay. And it looks like we have increased the insurance in that one a decent amount, so.
Yes.
All right, next line, next page is in the lit as well, and it's the maintenance part of it. Page 41. Any discussion on this one?
If I may, Mr. President,
Mm-hmm.
on line 32-130, travel and training, to reduce that line to $1,800.
Okay. So if we got that one in there, any other discussions? So that one, I believe, is 92,800 with that change, if the council's good with that. Next item is the jail fund, special purpose jail, page 42, 43.
If I may, Mr. President?
Yep.
Line 12-191, field training officer, reduced from 15,000 to 10,000.
Okay.
And line 12-192, armed correctional officer. Actually, have that at the same. I'm not touching that.
So I have a question, are these salaries for these people?
This is,
Field training officer, what is that for?
I believe it's when when you have your FTOs, they're just getting an amount while they're training. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Like a stipend? So is this, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So
No,
is
you
this-
want,
Do you
come
want
up to
the
the mic,
mic?
please?
You do want the mic?
You guys brought me cookies?
Kathy did.
She's nice.
So Sheriff, on the field training officer, you put a request for 15,000, same as last year. You said as a stipend for that person.
Yes.
Is that what he has been paid, he or she has been paid in the past?
Yes.
That full amount?
Yes, we have several FTOs, field training officers.
And so the total amount that they have been paid in past years is 15,000?
Did I increase it from the year
No, it's the
before?
same.
It stayed the same.
Yeah, I think it's, oh, no, not each person, no, it's,
But what I'm getting at, the question I'm asking you then, is if that were to be reduced to say 10,000, does that mean that there's going to be a pay cut?
it'd be a pay cut, yes. It would be a pay cut for my field training officers over in the jail side.
So I have to oppose that.
That's good.
Yeah.
Great question.
That's all the question I have.
Yep, great question.
Thank you.
What about the overtime? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
So, frankly, the comment and the discussion that keeps coming back to me is, hey, we've increased the number of people. We recognize there's some people in training,
Yes.
correction officers. When I say people, I'm talking correction officers. Some of them are in training, and we understand that while they're in training, there may be a need for other overtime. But is overtime something that, without casting any negative dispersions, can it be managed better and reduced with an intent to keeping overtime lower than what it's been in the last couple of years because we've got more corrections officers?
I don't know that we have more correction officers. I hate to say it too loudly, I really don't want to say it too loudly, but as of what, yesterday, I think it was, day before? September 30th, we'll actually be fully staffed in correctional staff.
So that's what I meant, more than what we had a year ago.
Yes, but as soon as, as long as it takes to get them through training and get them on their own, then we don't use as much overtime that way. It's just been a long time coming that we've actually been fully staffed. And then as soon as these people get trained, if they stay long enough, then that reduces the overtime.
So when you say fully staffed, they're not through training yet?
They're not through training yet. I mean, literally, she said September 30th, we have, is it 3 that we have starting, or two starting September 30th would be fully staffed at that point. So they're not even started yet, but anticipating them to start. And we still have several in training too.
Would that be at 50 officers?
That'd be 50.
As of
officers.
September 30th,
Yes.
it should be 50.
Yes.
Okay.
So I know you've done this year and in past years. You come back and said, hey, we need to move some more money to overtime, or we need to have an additional appropriation. Maybe you've said
It's
that too.
usually a transfer. Because
Transfer.
we're
I think
short
it's been.
I don't know that we've done an additional that I can think of for overtime. It's always been a transfer because we're short-staffed and we just transfer that overage into overtime.
I agree that's what you.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would rather not, believe it or not, pay any overtime, because when it's forced overtime, that's where it really gets old and it gets tiring for those guys to get forced in on their days off.
Yeah.
So we would rather obviously not do that. And every 2 weeks, Christina kicks overtime schedule to us and we can see every 2 weeks what's going on with the jail, so.
Is that overtime? I think you had a proposal of 345,000 and last year was 330. Is that
330.
additional 15,000 as you look out with more
Thinking
officers?
Instead of having to try to do a transfer, trying to start, I guess, a little better off with the extra 15,000. And then assuming hopefully we wouldn't have to do a transfer, but that just kind of depends on what next year's gonna bring us. I can't really say. What?
What did we look at, the people that come in?
I don't wanna answer that question. They're different, yes, yes. Off cue, sometimes we'll talk about it, but they're a little different. The younger folks coming in, it's just different than when I started, I would say. But, yes.
So is the
Everybody
amount of
thinks that. Is that
overtime,
a great way to say that? Yeah, Frank, I'm
is
sorry.
the amount of overtime at all related to the jail population?
Right now, no, because the jail population's been down a little bit, so that's fine, but it's still filling all those positions to do it. And with the lawsuit, having an extra person, so on a day shift takes 12 people to do it. It used to be 11, now it's 12 with our recreation officer. So, and then if we have people, we've got 2, so we still have those people in training, we're getting ready to hire a few more. I've got 2 gone since last year on military leave, so we can't count them. I mean, their salaries is still there, we could transfer that salary into overtime, but that hurts. And then just anybody calling in sick or anything like that, it just automatically causes overtime. So having 12 people on, having to be at each position during day shift is tough. Weekends and holidays, we can go down a little bit because court's not running, transports are not running, and those kind of things. So it gets a little bit easier on the weekend, but Monday through Friday, it gets a little difficult.
Thank you.
I think the question I have is, with regard to the overtime, is if in 24, as Mackenzie said, there's 600, we spent 665,000 in overtime in 24, and we're on pace to be close to 600,000 this year.
Yes.
Is it reasonable to think that we'll be spending more than 345,000?
I'm going to say, in my experience, yes.
I think the other question I
Yes.
would have is, I'm trying to wrap my brain around that both the overtime and the correction officer amounts should go up at the same time.
Yeah.
It should be something, I mean, because like you said, and the way we've seen it over the last several years is every time that we have a shortage of corrections officers, it necessitates an increase in the overtime to
Right.
compensate for that. And so you think over time that as we're adding corrections officers, that would go down, but for them both to be going up at the same time, I'm trying to, you know.
You talking about through the 345? I mean, I have no problem taking it back to 330 if we want to do that.
No, I'm saying, I'm concerned if 345 is realistic, if we're gonna be closer to 6.
I'd say it's not realistic. It's not been I don't know, since, and Mackenzie would have to check a little farther. I think it's been over 500,000 for, my goodness, about as long as I can think of for
I think we looked at like 20,
lots of years.
pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID,
Pre-COVID, maybe?
probably is true.
So if that was the case in 26, then if we have a fully staffed or nearly fully staffed, at what point will we start reducing overtime? You know,
Getting people to stay the long haul is what's going to really do that. Getting people to stay. We can get them trained. Christina can get them there, and then sometimes they just don't stay very long. You know, we've had people quit in 2 days. We've had people quit 2 weeks. We've had people quit 2 months. It's really hard to say. So.
and the other question I would have is, what benefit do we have of having additional corrections officers if this is just still creating such a huge problem?
I think that if we get to keep those additional the correctional officers, that overtime will go down. It's just the fact of trying to keep them. We can get to that number, and like I said, we jokingly said we didn't want to say it too loudly because that we're fully staffed, because first of all, it hadn't happened for a long time, and will we keep them? That's Historically, no.
Pre-COVID, 500,000.
Yeah, it'll drop back.
So it's been,
Number
yeah.
will drop back.
Mhm.
I think it's a fantastic place to work personally, but not everybody does. So, yeah.
So I'm kind of with Brett, I think, is, again, should that be stated higher? Should it be, I don't know, 450,000 instead of 345?
I mean, me personally, I would not want to do that. I would rather see what we have.
Come back and see us?
Yes,
Could
and
you
do a
like us-
transfer, not additional appropriation, because if we have extra in the line item, like I said, those 2 officers have been on military leave. There's extra funding in those 2, for those 2 officers that we could transfer over. To me, I would rather get a more realistic, like, this is what we start with, and then at some point we come back and say, now we need another $100,000, but we'll transfer it because we're shorthanded or whatever, so. I mean, it's up to you as far as I'm concerned, but,
I would say, I mean, this is more ideal of what you want and what we want, because that means you've got 50 corrections officers working 12 months. And the problem is if we don't have that, that's when the overtime becomes an issue.
Yeah.
So basically, we're moving it from corrections officers to the overtime.
to the overtime, yes.
What branch of service are they in?
Armin. Sorry.
And you like that better than being with
Not Air
you?
Force, I apologize for that. Thank you.
Hey, also Jerry, while you're here, a little informant told me it might be your birthday today.
Who dropped the dime?
I'm not gonna sell that person out.
Yes, but it might be.
Happy birthday,
I
Jerry.
appreciate it.
I don't know,
No,
Jerry.
Let's sing to him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jerry. Happy birthday to you. Amen.
And Frank's yours is on Saturday, so I don't forget about you.
And Kathy's got cookies for me, I appreciate it.
Anybody watches this on YouTube, I know they don't want to put any money towards the Howard County Council Choir.
Yes, yeah, definitely not.
Wait a minute, we just talked about it, supporting the arts.
We need it, yeah.
All right. Did everybody get your questions answered on that? Okay.
Thank you.
So one comment I will make is the Fund 1114 is fairly snug, and we need to make some careful considerations on it going forward. So I understand, and I appreciate the sheriff not bumping the overtime line up and hopefully doing a transfer. So
So have we agreed on a number, final number for overtime correction officer, line 12, 200?
I thought we said 345, keep it as he's got it.
Is that what we said? Okay.
So I don't see other changes on that one currently.
So that bottom line number still is 4299862?
On that, yes.
Okay.
On page 43, there's the supplies, other services and charges and capital outlays.
Well, if I can, Mr. President, make a comment, please. Maybe suggest line item 23,600, office supplies, to reduce that to 7,000 instead of 10.
Okay. Council feel okay on that?
And line 23,740, care of individuals, inmate clothing, from 15,000 down to 10,000.
Okay.
And line item 22,530, equipment repair supplies, reduce that by 10,000, from 55 down to 45,000.
Is that one that we run tight on, ladies, or do you know?
I think so, so I want to double check that one. They budgeted 48,000, or wait,
Yeah, 45 or 33
45,
additional for transfer.
and they only have 15,000 left, so let me look at 24.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Spinning.
Spinning. Last year they had $3,000 left.
That was out of 45,000 last year.
Yeah, so that might be, or 49,000 because they had an additional.
Mhm.
So out of 49,000, they had 3,000 left
So
over.
46.
So, yeah. But so far they've spent 30.
Yeah, I think, what'd you say, John, to how much?
To 45,000. From 55
Yeah,
requested
they've already
to
spent
45.
30. I'm thinking that might be a little too far, I'm thinking maybe 50.
Okay.
They spent, what, 46
Yeah.
last year or something.
Yeah.
That's round number, 50.
Appreciate the feedback, and appreciate that.
Okay.
That's all the suggestions I had.
All right, so I show a new fund total for that one at 4,639,112. Nope, dang it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yep, I forgot. What do you have, Mackenzie?
I have 4,661,862.
Same.
Okay.
I think it's, did you say $4,661,882?
862.
Oh.
Okay.
$20, you gotta respect it. Yeah, thank you.
So what is it?
$61,862.
On this page before, we didn't change the
You good, Martha?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving on to page 44, 45. Kinsey Special Purpose Emergency Shelter Care.
Can I go first?
Yes, Jessica, there's a correction.
I just wanted to note a couple corrections. So in the 11141 line, the assistant program director, we need to take that one to 0. And then on the 11350 for the caseworker line, we need to add 43,919.
$43,919.
I think that was all my changes. I just wanted to make sure you guys had those.
So is that like a swap of positions?
Yes. So we had, somebody that was a caseworker paid out of the assistant program director. So I noticed that they had another caseworker line, so I wanted to use the caseworker line to match her job title.
Got it.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Mr. President, if I may,
Yes, sir.
line 11,713, youth manager. I'd like to reduce that by $200,000. 211,520 actually, to even $600,000.
Okay.
Line 23,210, gas, oil, and lubricants. I'd like to reduce that to $3,250, please.
Say that again, John.
$3,250.
You want to reduce it by that much, or that's the total you want?
That's the total.
Okay.
And line 23,230, batteries. I'd like to zero that out. Line 23,305, uniforms. I'd like to make that $3,000. Line 23,600, office supplies. I'd like to make that $4,000. Line 23,720, educational materials. I'd like to zero that out, please. And that's all the suggestions I have for that page, Mr. President.
Okay. Council discussion?
So, youth manager reduction, 600K, bringing it down to 600K.
Yes, sir.
Dropping 211,000.
Yes, sir.
Am I able to speak on any of this?
Yeah. Yeah, please come to the mic.
Okay, we have two budgets. So we're currently looking at the emergency shelter care budget.
Correct.
In my total budget for this year, I'm only going to have an overage of $40,000.
An overage versus what?
We have been running low staff since COVID. We were, at one point in time, we were under 50% staffing. We are currently, and I'll say it out loud, fully staffed for full time. when that happens, that number is now being used because we're having to transfer, I'm going to end up transferring into shift supervisors. And that money is, at one point in time, I had $400,000 left in youth managers. And that's where I was doing some of the capital projects, like finding the money to resurface our parking lot and to fix a drain and to do the garage and different things like that. I don't have that money anymore. I have to cover salaries that were not increased last year because we all received increases and my budget did not increase in 3 areas. And so now I'm taking money out of youth managers this year to cover those. I only have $40,000 left. And so to cut it by $200,000 is going to make it impossible to operate.
How many children do you have in secure detention right now?
Right now I have 12.
So wait, your question, Martha, is for the other fund,
Well, I'm
right?
for both of them, but this is for secure.
No, this is for
No,
emergency
this is for
shelter care.
emergency shelter care, that's why I'm clarifying. So how many kids are in emergency shelter care?
I have 7.
7 and 12, okay, thank you.
So this line here, similar to what I asked the sheriff. So that field training officer, that was not a salary, that was like a stipend.
Correct.
What is this salary here, or this number here, this, what you have down, $811,520, is that, what is that?
That is to pay with no overtime the youth manager staff to operate that unit for a year.
And how many employees do you have?
Total,
Out of this line item?
this particular line item, there are 18.
And that, so that is their salary
No,
essentially?
I apologize, there's 22.
So there's 22 caseworkers and you have 7?
There's 22 youth supervision
Youth
specialists because we have 4 shifts to cover 24/7.
So what I'm asking, that line there is essentially their salary, is that
Yes.
correct?
What was the staffing level pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID, at one point in time, I had as many as 14 full-time openings.
Openings?
So you were running 8 people? 8 staff?
8 staff for 4 shifts.
What kind of fluctuation do you have in that number? I thought I heard 7. These are emergency cases that come up?
Yes.
So it's not always going to be 7, right?
No.
So if you were to
My
say,
understanding
what's
is
the
we're actually
range?
going to lose one of those kids while we're talking. Like his county's coming to pick him up, but they haven't called us to tell us. That's how we have to do that sometimes.
So does it, are there wide swings in that number, or is it like between 7 and 10 all the time, or is there, if you will, a steady state of that number that's typical?
There are wide swings.
And what would those swings be? How, from 0 to what?
At the end of last week, I had 4.
So you had 4,
And
not
we're-
7.
Correct. Our goal is to operate at 10. We're aggressively bringing out-of-county residents in to make sure that we're operating at least 10 residents.
How many, if you know, I don't know if you know this, but average day, how many would you have in-county residents?
Right now, there are 2.
You have 2 from Howard County and 5 from...
Tomorrow, we'll have 3.
Okay. You're getting another one tomorrow.
Yes.
The one you're losing, is that you said that's an out of county?
It's a Marion County kid, yes.
So is it right to say that you have about 3 youth supervisors per child?
That is incorrect.
What would that ratio be?
We have to keep it at a 1 to 8, which requires us to have 2 during sleeping hours. And then we have to have 1 to 8 during waking hours. And that's a much busier time, so we have 3 to 8, 3 to 10.
So you're saying 3 youth supervisors for every 10 students?
Our capacity is actually 18.
So 3 for every 6?
3 for every 10.
Well,
These
capacity
are
is 18.
unusual numbers because we're going through an unusual time right now. We're reopening shelter care after it had been shut down for almost 2 months.
What do those youth workers do or case workers do when there's no students there?
No students there is unusual. I mean, it doesn't happen unless
Well,
our doors are closed.
seems like your ratio is high. I would say your ratio of caseworkers to students appears to me to be high. I don't know if it is or isn't. That's not my
It's a
area of expertise.
Right.
But it looks like if we were talking a ratio of teachers to students in the class, you know, you might say there's 1 teacher for 25 students. Let's use those numbers. And I recognize that may be not the right way to compare, but I'm just, it strikes me that that ratio of 3 caseworkers per student is fairly high, and then, but I also recognize that you got 3 shifts or 4 shifts?
4. 4 and 2 part-time. 4 full-time, 2 part-time. That covers 24/7.
And the number of our Howard County,
Today it's only
Yes.
2. I have another Howard County coming in tomorrow.
yeah,
And then we're expecting another trial on the 22nd, but that doesn't mean that we won't have referrals or kids come in between now and then. Those are scheduled intakes.
I got a little bit lost in all the numbers here, so let's see if I understood what I heard. So you said that by law, you have to have 1 youth manager for 8 students, correct?
Correct.
And at night, when they're sleeping, you like to have 2 per?
We have to have 2.
You have to have 2?
You have to have 2 on the floor at all times.
No matter, even if you have 1 kid, you have to have 2?
We need to have 2.
Okay. And then the daytime, you like to have 3 per 10 students, is that correct?
Yes, because what you end up doing is you have one staff who leaves the unit to do things like blood sugars or takes kids to school or takes them to appointments. So you have one person who can do laundry, can leave the unit while still maintaining the safety and security on the unit. You can't supervise kids the way you supervise adults.
Why would state law say that you could have only 1 per 8? Can you supervise more? Now, that's what you said, correct? I thought they said you had to have 1 per 8 students.
That's what I thought you said too.
That's what the law says, but they want 2 to 1.
But they're saying,
Or 2 to, I'm sorry. They need 2 on the floor all the time. There was a day when you could do that. When I first started in 1987, I supervised 16 kids on the floor by myself.
right.
Today, you cannot do it. It's a different child, it's a different level of responsibility, it's a different level of danger.
How much are you spending out on AEN 2024?
I'm sorry, Martha, I didn't hear you.
Looking at security function.
You're all right. Talk louder. You're all right.
Okay. How much do you spend in 2024 in that line?
I can look.
I know it was COVID, but
last year they spent all but 35,000, but they transferred 79,000, 42,000. Yeah. And have 35 left.
So, and what do you have in 2024?
That was 2024, sorry.
Okay. And then what will we do in 20? What would we have done? Okay.
24.
So, we transferred out 81,000.
79,000 and
And what year are you looking at?
24.
Out of what?
79 and 42,000 out of 117,130.
So that's 141,000. Yeah. Wanting to put this by 200,000. I don't know, I would say.
Yeah, I think that in general, it just, I know we don't understand about it as much as you or Mr. Lipinski and others, but it just seems very heavy for the amount of kids, and from my vantage point. And this fund, not yours specifically, but the lit special purpose, is over budgeted across everybody, so we're trying to find places to trim. And we're trying to understand it, I think, is what we're trying to do.
Certainly. So do you mark it, and then who pays into you? I mean, I know the state pays,
The state pays $618.69 a day for children in shelter care. That's why we want to get those numbers up. We actually got an increase while everyone else got a decrease this year because of the quality of our services. Then we had a situation that needed to be corrected that shut us down for 2 months.
Right.
So we're now in recovery on that, and we're working diligently to get 10 residents in that particular unit so that we can be back to operations that were 2024. 2025 was our highest year we've had, or 2024 was the highest year we've had since COVID.
I know.
It seems as though we're digging a hole with Kinsey Youth Center in that we're providing service for outside Howard County children at the expense of Howard County residents, where it would be a lot cheaper by a factor of 4 if we just took our children and put them in a different county's facility. We would remove just a great burden.
3.4 million.
Yeah, just seems like we're the harder we try, the deeper behind we get with this right here. And,
Everything you do has a cost. The Kinsey Center was built because at the time, there was a security detention unit and 2 shelter care units, a juvenile intake center, and a probation department that are all housed in different buildings that had to be staffed and utilities for each one of those agencies. You'll have to answer for each one of those. Originally, we were expected to earn $750,000 a year, which I believe was probably very close to half the budget at the time, because it was 1993. Since then, the state has started to pay for the emergency shelter care kids, so that is no longer a burden to the county. So things have changed, and that means that puts a larger responsibility on my shoulders to make sure that it's equitable. Because we utilize local services, we employ 60-plus employees with obviously good county benefits. So we are an employer, an impactful employer in the community. And children shouldn't be far from their homes. They shouldn't be far from their families. They should be able to go to their own schools. And Howard County recognized that and built a facility in this community so there wouldn't be an interruption in their services when they're already going through what is a very difficult time. So, I mean, that's a decision, but it seems to me like $1 million or $1.4 million a year is not excessive for that return to the county.
So Kathy, I think some of my analysis of some of this is based on numbers and a ratio of, if you will, students to counselors. But I was curious, what causes a court system or something from outside the county to say, we want to send this student to Howard County as opposed to some other county? And I mean, is there like a marketing thing that you're trying to attract more students in, or is it just that maybe they've been here before, or do they have family here, or what? Is there a common denominator reason for why other counties would say, we've got these emergency care kids and we want to send them to Howard County as opposed to, I don't know, Madison County?
Well, we do benefit. That was interesting that you brought that one up. We do benefit from being in a location where there is
Well, I brought
not-
it up because of Anderson, that's why. I just thought, Anderson's a fairly similar sized city, I think.
The best comparison, I believe, is Bartholomew County. It's almost exactly, but it's not a good comparison as far as we have a different personality. So today, for example, we have 4 kids from Tippecanoe County in our facility. The reason we have 4 kids from Tippecanoe County in our facility is because they partner with us to house their kids in our secure detention unit. So you have the donut counties. You have Miami, Fulton, Grant, Tippecanoe. Those counties automatically call us. As far as the state of Indiana, what happens is when the bed placement is needed, it goes into a system that we are a part of. We're an active participant in that. And so we get a notice that they have a child that needs a bed. So for example, yesterday they needed a 15-year-old housed from Marion County, and we accepted that child. So today we've called Fulton County because they reached out to us. So we've developed a relationship over the years with a number of counties where they simply were their first call. If we're not able to house them, then they go a lot of times to Johnson County, which is considerably further away. Today we have 7 counties in the facility: Hendricks, Tippecanoe, Miami, I can't even remember them all, sorry, Marion, but I counted the different counties we have represented in the facility, and there are 7.
Kathy, why don't you tell them about the kids in shelter care, their IQs, their mental health status, and all those kind of things to help them understand why you're getting $600 a day. It's not a normal, they're not students. They're not students. They're delinquents, or their mental health issues, or there's something of that nature, why they're there. They might have an IQ that's below, you wouldn't even believe, or whatever it might be. She's recently had kids in there they had to change diapers on. So we're talking about an unusual situation. Frank, you made the comment about 25 students. My daughter's special ed teacher at your favorite school, the Western Panthers. She has 14 kids in a room, and she has 4 aides. So there's 3.
Special ed though, right?
Well, you think shelter care is not special ed?
No,
It's the same thing.
100% of our
Same
students
thing.
that come in
Same
are
thing.
special ed,
Same thing.
or they.
Exact same thing.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate your support.
That's just, they need to understand what you're dealing with. You're not dealing with a student, you're dealing with kids that have special needs or special situations. So that's why your staffing ratios are the way they are.
So my question would be, why are we working so hard to attract these children from around the state when our population here in Howard County is so low that we are essentially providing service for the rest of the state at our expense?
I don't believe it's your
I don't
expense,
think
it's
it's at
$600
your
a day.
expense.
I don't believe that's your expense at all.
But according to this budget that we're funding right now, that we're mulling over, it looks like a financial hole.
And, you know, I don't know her numbers or
Yeah.
what, and that's the nature, but if you're getting $600 a day, it would seem to me that you should be fairly, I don't know, you return it, because I'm not speaking, it's Kathy's place to speak up, I just wanted to help her.
But that 600 is just for those 7 kids, it's not for everybody, right?
That particular unit has space for 18.
Right.
I like to keep it at 12. We're currently in an arrangement with the Department of Child Services as we reopen under kind of the new government and the new expectations, that we have agreed that we would house 10 until we can technically rebuild ourselves. Now, everything, we were audited last year and we received a perfect score. For some reason this year, everything we were doing last year is no longer okay. So I'm working through that process, and I think my 38 years of experience in this particular field have put me in the perfect place at the perfect time to rebuild this. I don't know that anybody else could do it. Jeff might be able to do it, but Jeff has got as much experience almost as I do. So the young man that was not toilet trained at 8 years of age, we received $1,200 a day for him because he had special needs above and beyond the special needs that we generally accept. 100% of our kids will test positive for PTSD. That means that they overreact. They are difficult to maintain. They are difficult to regulate. They require a great deal of supervision and activity. And we have a highly structured schedule that we have to keep them on so that they don't have time to themselves to then create problems. At the end of budget hearings, when all the dust is settled here in November, I'm going to ask the assistant director to approach the commissioners about raising our per diem and our secure detention to $200 a day, because that's the current state average. We deserve that. We have an excellent program with excellent staff, and kids in our facility don't get hurt. And so with that in mind, that will increase the funds that we receive on a secure detention stay as well. The secure detention unit houses 18 kids comfortably. The facility was built to, there have been several huge changes. The facility was built to house double the kids that we can actually house today. But you used to be able to put 2 kids in a room. You can no longer put 2 children in a room because of offending, violence, sexual acting out, and mental health. And so every room now is a single capacity room. And that's for the safety of the kids.
Excuse me, Kathy, but should this be a state facility instead of a county facility? Should this be something that the state funds from the foundation up for children throughout the state instead of relying on individual counties to take the burden?
The last I knew, there were 2 facilities in the state of Indiana where kids were housed for mental health care that is as heavy as ours, and one is in Evansville and one is in Indianapolis, and I believe their total beds are 25.
The state's woefully lacking in beds for juveniles. There's no mental health beds in the state of Indiana for juveniles, so they directly end up in detention centers, and they do. When I was at Kenzie, there was 24 detention centers in the state of Indiana. How many are there now?
Today there's 18.
There's 18. So they are closing some down, absolutely. Kenzie was built as a regional detention center for all the reasons she said earlier. We're going to service all the surrounding counties. If you look at the state of Indiana back when I was running 4 years ago, Kenzie, the only place lacking in beds in the state of Indiana was the Lafayette area over to the Illinois line. And we service that area, and that's the kids, we took kids all the way to the Illinois line. What's that county over there?
Benton.
Benton County. And we would take those kids, and you couldn't, they functioned way different than we did. It was a very rural county. But anyway, Kinsey was built as a regional facility. So, yeah, in regards to your questions, Mr. Roberts, as example, Kinsey is a mental health institution to some extent because there's nowhere for those kids to end up. And yeah, these are tough decisions that you got to make. And like I said, I don't know what the numbers are and all those, and what your decisions are going to be. And I understand you got to make cuts, but it does affect other people as well. If you shut down Kinsey, you affect the sheriff. And what do you mean by that? Well, he's going to be transporting kids all day, 5 days a week, all over the state of Indiana, because you're going to have 10 or 12 kids at a time in security detention. They're Howard County kids that you're going to pay $200 a day for while they're out, and they got court 3 days a week or 4 days a week, and he's going to be transporting them back and forth because that would become his responsibility.
Yeah, they also transported admission and discharge. So what's going to end up happening is you're going to pay another department in the sheriff's department, which is going to be problematic. And it'll need to be staffed 24/7 because kids don't get arrested at, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They get arrested at 10 o'clock at night. So now you've got somebody either coming in being paid overtime, or you have to staff it 24/7 for a transport. You had a question.
Yes, I do. So this is emergency shelter care. And I heard Jeff say these are special needs children. So when I read emergency shelter care, it's not like somebody's had a fire in their home and all of a sudden there's, a need to find rooms for
Could be.
a family.
It could
With
be.
no mental health issues, or that could be.
I wish.
Now, let me ask you this, one other question from me is, are all the, I'm going to call them children now, not students, are all the children that are assigned to Kinsey through a court system, or does some social worker in Tippecanoe County call up and say, hey Kathy, we got this problem with this kid, he's acting out in school, can you take him and straighten him out for a week at the Kinsey Center?
All of the kids who are actually housed in the Kinsey Center are associated with court action, yes.
So they've been assigned to Kinsey through a court action?
Yes, either their parents are insufficient, as in DCS. They're, a lot of parents today are deceased. The opioid epidemic has hurt at-risk families. So we'll have that. And the other service that we don't even think about is the number of phone calls we get a day of a mom who's having problems with their 5-year-old, and we either talk to them or we make a referral up to the probation department if they're a little older, for them to have a conversation with the probation officer. So we do provide that service as well. And that's not something that we were designed to do, we just do it.
Kathy,
Yes.
just talking strictly financially here, and I know there's so much more importance to this facility than finance.
Thank you.
I get that, but finances is what we do. So you have 22 youth managers. Right now you have 7 in emergency shelter. You prefer to have 10.
I prefer to have 18.
You prefer to have 18 then. So, and I understand, and so we want to get students from out of the county, because with those students come $600, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we increase the amount of revenue for every student that comes in. Let me ask you this. If we had 18, right now you're saying 22 youth managers is what you need for these 7 students. If we had 18 students in there, children, would 22 still be enough, or would we need 30 or some other number?
22 is the staffing ratios that was actually a genius move on the part of the original director, and it sufficiently supervises both units in a way that keeps things safe.
And that would be true even if both units were completely maxed out?
Correct.
Was Mr. Lipinski the original youth manager that had that genius move?
Jan Weaver.
No. But I was an original youth manager, yes, in the facility next door at the Howard County Youth Center, which before Kenzie, next door to at the old Jeff Stout building, yes. I was the original youth manager there. That's not what we're here to talk about.
So I think, Mr. President, because I know at some point we need to move on.
Can I give you what my returns are today? I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
1.3 million today, and that's billed through the end of August.
I know there's a lot more discussion that people want to have about this, about the whole facility. John's brought up some points, other people in private conversations that we probably all had. So I think, those decisions will probably be made elsewhere at a different time. But for right now, we have what we have. We have 7 students there, actively trying to get more for the revenue. I think we have to keep that funding so that we keep those 22 for the time being. And if something is done where, if there's a decision made outside of this group to do something else with those kids, but that's for another time and probably another group of people. But with what we have, I think we have to keep that funding.
So are you saying keep the, that line at youth manager, that 11713 at the 811,520 number?
I don't think we have a choice. It's either that or lay people off.
I gotta say, it still seems like a large number of supervisors for a small number of children.
Okay, and last year you underspent your budget by $150,000. So would you have to lay people off? Let's say you brought this down to $500,000.
I'd have to lay off 5 people. If I brought it down to that,
500.
I'd have to lay off.
No, I mean 700. That's,
If you brought that down by 100,000, that would be roughly, you want me to do math on?
yeah. Could you operate and still bring in more children if it was 700,000, since you were under 150,000 in 2024?
Well, we're going to go to the next budget, and we're going to have the same conversation.
Well, but what's the answer to this conversation?
I'd have to lay off at least 3 youth managers. So at this point, when somebody calls off or somebody goes on vacation, we are not covering that. We're not bringing people in to cover that. So that's what happens when we get full, is that somebody would have to cover. And so that's where we have the budget that we have.
So right now, though, you don't cover a shift if somebody's not there?
No,
And that's
because
why
the
you
numbers
cut
are low.
Okay, because of not having enough, because the kid numbers down.
Yes.
So what did you say, Martha, last year in this line, they did not spend how much
About 150,000,
out of this line?
yeah.
Okay, then, I get, and the budget last year was the same as you're requesting right now.
That's
So
been
I guess
fully
my
staffed all
question
year,
is,
essentially.
if you underspent last year's budget by 150,000, why could we not go ahead and fund this? Were there 22 youth managers last year?
No.
So the underspending 150,000 was because you didn't have 22, how many did you have last year?
That fluctuates as well. We have the same problem that the jail does.
But it
I
wasn't
wish I could-
22.
we probably danced around 7 or 8 youth managers last year. We have been hiring very aggressively and training very
Wait a minute,
aggressively.
7 or 8 last year and you have 22 now?
7 or 8 down.
Oh, down, okay.
I'm sorry.
Makes more sense, okay.
So, 15, 14.
So whenever you don't have enough people, kids, okay, and you have all of these case managers, what do they do?
They're youth managers, and we either have them not come in, take benefit time, or we've had them because we've had the opportunity, doing a lot of updating of the facility. We've painted walls that haven't been painted in 30 years. We've cleaned carpets. Just a variety of very important things. We pulled landscaping that was causing security issues. Things that hadn't been done, updated bathrooms. And the labor has been the youth managers. Or they've chosen not to come in, which has been fine as well. We give them the opportunity and the choice.
And then you don't pay them or you do pay them?
We pay them if they're there. We don't pay them if they just want to take the leave. We've allowed that.
But if they want to take the day off, you don't pay them?
Unless they want to use benefit time to be paid. There's too
I would
many
like to,
answers.
I would like to make a suggestion to the council, and I would like to stand by my recommendations on the deductions on these line items. And if we need to come back for additional appropriation next year, we can deal with it then. But for today, considering that the 1114 fund is not healthy, and we have a task before us on this day that I haven't seen many departments that we have gone through in this book yet that have been unscathed by a budget cut. And McKenzie Youth Center, I think, Fund 9603 and 9605, I think these suggestions that I'm bringing up are legitimate. I think they're fair, and we can always make adjustments down the road. But for this day, at this time, I would stand firm in my suggestions, and that's just to keep things moving.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Just remember that when we bring in more kids, we use more utilities and more food. And those are the two operating budgets that I did not cut.
It's a complicated, it's a complicated department that you run, and
Very much so.
And we appreciate all you're doing. We know it's a hard job, and we don't have all the answers. But this one answer we have right here, and the task before us, is a piece of the puzzle that we have to make fit, and we're receptive to you. But it just.
Yeah, so Kathy, what I will share is I appreciate you sending John your projections for 2026. If those come out to where you've got them, you should be generating revenue back to this fund or somewhere in the county that we'll have no problem funding those things back up to where you want them.
I agree.
That's to me, that's the silver lining.
And that is the goal.
If that's where you get, we can easily do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at it right here, it's roughly 2.6, and I think your estimates aren't assuming 10 in emergency, it's like 8.5. So you're shorting what you actually want to get.
Yes.
You know,
I mean, I'm trying to be safe with my numbers because I don't want to overpromise.
Right.
And obviously the judge doesn't want me to overpromise.
Yeah. So I think I would tend to agree with you, what everybody's saying here is, let's make the cut for now, let her get things going, ramp that up. If you're bringing in revenue, then we have a source to fix it. In my opinion.
Can I have battery money back? We have radios that we carry for our staff to be safe, and cutting that down to 0 causes us not be able to replace a battery on radios that we got from the sheriff's department as hand-me-downs. So the batteries do go. I don't have to have as much, and I know it hasn't been touched, but as soon as you cut it, I'm gonna have 6 go down.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that sounds silly, but that's what that is.
Yeah.
It's not batteries for a radio, it's batteries for a radio that is a security.
Yeah.
So you're talking that 400.
Yeah, it's 400 there and 200 in 05. Thank you. Do you have any more questions?
Do you want to put back in that one?
All of it?
Fully funded $400.
Yeah.
I think we're good for now.
It's a big deal to me when I have to buy them.
I bet.
Am I okay to sit down? I know I'm not okay, but can I sit down?
Rest your feet for a minute.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was smooth.
So then on the next lot again, so we're doing this one at 600,000.
Yeah, youth managers at 600,000.
Okay.
And
Did we do anything on the services and charges, or we?
I don't think we've gotten to page
Okay.
45.
Thank you. I lost track where I was at.
have some suggestions there, Mr. President, if you'd
Okay.
like. Line 31, 110, continuing education. Zero that out.
Okay.
Line 31, 210, maintenance and service contracts. Reduce that by 2,200 to 7,000.
Just to be clear, if you reduce that by 22, that takes it to 7. Is that what you said?
7,000.
Yep, my math was wrong, yep.
Line 32, 120, postage. Reduce it to $100. Line 32, 130, travel and training. Reduce it to 4,700. Utilities, line 32, 202. Reduce it to 50,000. Line 32, 410, printing. Reduce it to 200. Line 32, 530, equipment repair. Reduce it to 2,000. Line 33, 742, activities. Reduce it to 1,500. Line 33, 743, programming. Reduce it to 2,500. And that's all the suggestions I have.
Okay.
What would the impact of reducing programming or activities be? Is that something that keeps the residents there entertained, or what's the deal with that? Maybe that's a question for Kathy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
I know what, I mean, consistent throwing strikes. No Mr. Fluff on that team.
And if it's too much, if it's too much of a cut, it should always come back.
What does the council feel on those discussion points?
Well, I'm ignorant about what activities and programming are. If there's, something that's definitely planned, that's normal activity, or if it's something, hey, this'd be nice to have a picnic at. Yeah, what,
Plan.
What'd you say?
plan?
Planned? I don't have the total on this, I'm all over the place.
You total cut?
Yeah, I'm not there yet, but.
So, I'm gonna say, John, think I'm gonna try to stick with those activities and programming, because I'm thinking that's part of the services, frankly, I don't know, but I'm thinking that's part of the services that they provide.
Yeah.
And so during the course of the day, you don't have kids just sitting around, they got some kind of instruction or activity that's going on that's intentional.
Yep. Anyone else feel that way with Frank?
I feel that way too. If that's what that's for, then you need to keep it.
Activities and programming.
Yeah, what was spent last year?
In the programming line, $1,800 was spent of 5,000. There was 3,100 left.
Okay, and in the
And then I'll get the activities one pulled up here. This is only out of 9603.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just taking a minute.
oh, maybe this would be if there were more kids.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I wonder if it's population
So
dependent.
activities, they spent 2,000. So they had 5,300 and change left.
So cutting it would work for now, and she could come back if she has more kids.
I would say bump up the activities to the 2,000, and leave the programming at 2,500. That should cover.
2,500 and 2,000? Sounds like a good move to me.
So utilities, the 50,000 is less than double what their utilities have been so far this year. They've already spent 26,554.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking 50 may not be enough.
Do you want to know what they spent last year?
Sure. Of course, that could vary a lot.
Mm-hmm. Um, 39,700 last year was spent. Out of, they did transfer some money out of there, so out of appropriation of 43,000, they had spent 39.
So 50K might be okay.
Well, except that, I mean, the rates obviously have changed, so I'm just looking at what they've spent so far this year, is over 26.
I'll get you a to date. Eventually.
The balance that I have left is right at 60,000.
Is that for both funds?
Yes.
Yeah, 9650, they have spent 35,961 as of today's date. Leaving $26,000 left in the account for the remainder of 2025.
What would you suggest, Ryan?
Yeah.
Just based on these numbers alone, I was gonna say 55.
Well, certainly,
I mean, what do you think?
well, I think it's,
55.
of course.
So it'll be a $5,000 reduction.
5K, cut it by 5, something like that. What's the bottom line for that page?
Let me see what numbers you get.
I'm not sure if we're gonna match. I think it should be 1,391,793. Nope, okay.
I have 1,382,000.
We're close.
I'm not even close to you guys, so I don't know. Mine was 1,007,660.
Let me add, wait a minute, did I add? Yeah, I added the reduction plus the additional in the caseworker.
Oh, right.
Oh, you know what I did? Never mind. Disregard my numbers, hold on. Okay,
What do you have?
I feel like I'm missing something in there because I have 1,407,664.
Well, we had activities at 2,000 and the programming at 2,500. You got that?
Those are really good adjustments, by the way. I thank you for keeping us straight and proper.
I think that's what I've got, if I understand everybody right, so my number hasn't changed. That's getting us, depending on how we do on this other one, that'll get us real close to balancing that fund out.
What's
For
the
now.
bottom line number? Do we know that?
Double checking, who had the 1,382? 392?
I did.
That's what I got.
You have 1,382,393, yep.
Yeah.
1,382,393.
Nice job. Thank you.
We'll triple check that.
I think I was putting with what,
Yeah.
well, that too,
Yeah.
what, the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so if we can move on to that, we'll go to secure detention, page 46 and 47.
If I may, Mr. President?
Oh, real quick, did you get your correction yet, Jessica, on this one for the
So,
caseworker?
the one correction I needed to make on this one was in the 11352 line. That number actually needs to be 49,780.
It's line 11352?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, that was my only.
And then, looks like there was just somewhat of a oversight on the supplies. Line 22530 should have been 5,400 as the request.
Yes.
Okay.
Should how much?
5,400.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right. Changes for this one?
Okay. My suggestions are line 11713, use manager. Make it 850,000.
Okay.
Line 23305, uniforms. Make it 2,000. following page. Line 31, 110, continuing education, zeroed out. Line 32, 120, postage, make it $100. Line 32, 202, utilities, make it 50,000. Line 32, 530, equipment repair, make it 2,600. Line 32, 630, detention alternatives, make it 6,500. Line 33, 742, activities, make it 2,400. And line 33, 743, programming, make it 3,500. And that's all I have, Mr. President.
Okay, discussion on anything on this page from the
Yeah,
council?
go back to utilities again.
Sure.
I mean, right now they spent 31, lower 31,000, so the recommended there was 50, and I'm just not sure that'll be enough, so.
Yeah.
And it's not like, well, we pay this or we won't. I mean, if you gotta pay the utility, you gotta pay us. So I would suggest 65.
What line is that?
32, 202. I mean, my suggestion is 65.
65K instead of 70.
I'd like to figure out some way where we don't have to pay our utilities, but I thought that they don't look on that very kindly.
That include water and everything, water, gas,
This,
and
this here?
utilities,
1,596,000.
water, gas, electricity.
Includes everything.
Wastewater, trash.
Oh, wait, let me add, I didn't
Something
add.
to keep in mind is that I'm going to have to put $1,500 worth of gas fuel in our generator. And so that's going to cut that into more.
That comes out of utility.
You have to fill that in 2026?
Or this year.
It usually runs a half if we don't have to use it. We have to fill it by half every year, which this year is 1,500.
Okay.
What'd you get?
1607, 485, I'm off.
No,
Yeah,
1645.
okay. Okay.
Cause you know, I thought this was added back in.
All right, checking through the numbers here just a little bit.
Oh, okay, let me take that out. 1601,
What's your last three?
982.
Yeah, we're off somewhere.
What is it?
Hard. I might be off on the difference in the caseworker, so we'll go with your numbers.
Yeah, I have a difference of $5,861 between the 43 and the
That's
49.
what it is. So what's your number, Mackenzie?
$1,601,982.
982. Yeah, that'd be a good one to round up. Get that 1,602,000.
I bet those people at those restaurants, they always want to round up for Riley or something. They love you.
They do. When I go there once a year,
Okay.
say, why don't you come back more often?
Well, that gets that 1114 fund just within balance, so that's a good start for now.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Clerk's records perpetuation on page 48. Fund 1119. A slight increase. I don't remember on the maintenance and service contracts, I don't know if that's something for the office.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't have a note on that one, so.
Wait. With the 54. What'd you get?
Are you looking something up, Mackenzie?
I'm checking right
Okay.
Are you taking suggestions?
I am, if anyone wants. I don't know where to go on this one, so.
I would make a suggestion on line 11,700 to reduce it to $17,000. From 30 to 17.
Guess my question would be kind of like, I think somebody asked with the HR earlier. Does that mean we are getting rid of a part-time person?
I don't know what she's gonna need for the election.
It would be hard to predict, because
This is a record.
Yeah, this is the clerk.
But this would still allow what she spent. So far, she could double it and still be funded. It wouldn't be, it just,
How much did you say, 17?
make it 17. In line 32-130, travel and training, make it 1,500. In line 31-210, maintenance and service contracts, make that 45.
She says she was budgeting for some more like iPads or electronic workstations.
I can't remember.
I think that comes out of an election.
Yeah, I would think that'd be election related. I'm not sure if it has something to do with her software.
That's all the suggestions I have.
Is your second one, John?
Travel and training to 1,500. you get maintenance and service contracts, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any more discussion on that one? So I have a total for that fund, 65,750 with those proposed changes. Okay, moving on, Fund 1131. Yes, sir.
Just we take 5 minutes.
That's probably a good idea. I lost track of time. We're way deep into the day, aren't we? Yep, quick break, please, yeah. Thank you.
I had to go over
You just gotta stop me, I'll keep going. Sales disclosure, county share.
Anybody want?
This
some of
one
these?
is somewhat split between Mindy and Tanner. And they're asking for 3,000, yeah, 3,000 less than they were last year.
Wait, which one? I'm sorry.
Sales disclosure, page 49.
This is split between Mindy and Tanner, you said?
Correct.
Yeah.
He has part of it, and she has part of it. I'm good, thank you, Frank.
Did you guys have a chance at these?
Yes.
Everybody okay with this one?
Yes.
All right. Moving on down. 1132, community corrections. It's on page 50 and 51, I believe.
And is it a fair statement to say this is a work in progress?
That's what I was getting ready to say. This one will be probably updated after the first year once they get a better handle underneath them, in my opinion, so.
Yeah.
Leave it as is for now.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay with the council?
So when you say updated, does that simply mean they come back for additionals, or I mean, we don't reapprove a whole budget, do we, in that situation?
No, I
No.
think that, they're just kind of going through their funds and seeing where they can move things around, which I know they were doing it to help the general fund. This one might stay the same.
But basically, they would update as they go through the year in their own records or whatever, and then have a better budget
Yes.
for us.
Yeah.
There could be a few tweaks after the first of the year. We'll just see what they find, but it won't be earth shattering.
additional,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I don't think so. But we'll see.
So Judd is trying to make that fund a little more simple.
Yeah.
Than where
Yep.
that operates.
Okay, next one is Cume Bridge on page 52, Fund 1135. Same ask as last year. Lots of structures and bridges and things that Amber's doing.
And I think she only budgets what she needs. I think that one's good.
Pretty good on that one.
Good.
She's pretty trustworthy.
Okay, so now we'll go to the Cume Cap Development Fund on page 53. Just as a reminder, this is split between maintenance, sheriff, and commissioners, and the commissioners have a little bit that they give to EMA out of this. And the Cume Cap Fund in years past has been tight. This year it is in a healthy balance.
Mhm. I'm
Any,
okay with it.
any suggestions on this one? We're good? Okay, move on from that. Page 54, this is Cume Cap Development for IT. I forgot you, Jeremy, I'm sorry. He has reduced this one pretty drastically on the equipment side of it to help keep us okay.
Is that why the fund is healthy this
I would say that
this year?
it doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah. Good. Thank you, Jeremy.
Was the equipment the computers or no?
The equipment was, there was it looks like a big reduction because this year was a one-time project.
Okay.
That had a boost of money, and so it went down to 2024 levels, I think, minus 5% from the boost, minus the standard budget.
Okay. All right, so we're good to move on that one as presented? Okay. Drug-free community, page 55, Rob Pruitt, 100,000, it's the same ask he has had for a long time.
I'm interested to see what he spent on these last year. On the first three there.
On the 2025 or the 2024 side?
On the 2024.
Okay. Circling, thinking.
Jeremy, is the computer slower than usual, or is this, notice, is this normal?
What computer?
I think
It's always mine.
It's just
He knows it.
Loud's just taking its time today.
Yeah. I'm doing all right over here.
They spend, yeah. 21,000 of the 25.
In criminal justice services.
Oh, come on.
I'm looking at all the.
Yeah,
three
it's
top
100
ones.
total.
Yeah. Last year in intervention and treatment, well, the ask was much more, but they spent 32,500.
So they drew that one down a bit.
Yeah, I think that he budgets what he spends.
Okay.
I like the way he dresses. He's spiffy.
Spiffy.
Very spiffy.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Okay, so after that, we have page 56, electric map generation. Has a slight reduction of 1,500 overall.
Looks good.
You good to move on from that? Fund 1152 on page 57, emergency planning right to know. I believe this is this part of EMA? Yeah. 15.1.
I think the only thing she increased was her equipment.
And the business meeting stipend slightly.
Yes.
Yeah. Any changes to this one?
Okay.
Okay, as presented. Recorders enhanced access, account 1154 on page 58.
Looks good.
25,000 is the ask. Any changes to that one? Okay. Page 59, health fund, 1159, it's actually page 59 and 60. This fund is healthy for what they've got for right now. At the advice of Baker Tilly, we are kind of drawing it down just a little bit temporarily with the idea that in a couple of years, we're going to have to pull back to it from the general fund. But because their revenues have been up and down like this, we're kind of riding the wave until we see what changes.
Yeah. Looks good.
The next one's account 1160, ID security protection on page 61. And it looked like there should have been an addition under the equipment line item of 7,500 for a total 15,800.
Mr. President, can we go back a page real quick?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Page 60.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 32-160 communications. Not sure exactly what that is for, Jessica, do you know?
My guess is it might have something to do with like cell phones or data plans.
Yeah.
Is that under IT, the 9601?
No, this is health department.
Oh, okay.
You can relax.
I believe there was, I think that used to be paid out of commissioners, and then maybe 2 years ago, they
Just looking,
switched.
he has 7,000 budget, he spent 438.
And again, it might be because we're transferring from 1161 back to 1159 with the change.
He had to
in-
make some cuts in other funds, and so he had to move some things back into his 1159, and I think that was one of the
Yeah, he's in,
areas he had to.
in his 1161, he's almost matching his receipts. He's matching it within
Exactly.
$28, so it's pretty close. So I imagine that's what happened, is he's pulled it back. But you can do whatever you propose. Okay, were we good on the ID Security Protection Fund 1160? Okay. Page 62, Local Public Health Services, this is the Fund 1161 we just talked about.
He budgeted that exactly what he was getting back, I believe.
What do you think? Yes,
The 521,571.
Oh, right, yeah.
This is the one that the state cut
Yes.
significantly.
Yeah, so if you look at like his communications, and this one is, the ask is 0, it was 3370, or no, did I say it right? He's expended 3370 last year, so. Anyway, that's where that got moved to, Brian. He said when we met that he expects about 250,000 carryover to the start of the year. If that happens in this fund, it'll be in good, healthy shape for what it's bringing in. Any suggestions on this fund?
I'm good.
Good to move on? Okay. Local Health Maintenance Fund 1168 on page 64. Slight reduction from last year.
This is a fund he needs to spend down. It's all carryover money.
That sounds right. Looks like a 60,000 cash balance. Yeah.
I'm good.
We're good with that one as he spends that down. Okay. LRS Fund 1169, page 65. This fund is healthy. Possibly could stand a little bit more expenses at some point.
I'm good.
Everybody okay with it? All right. Page 66, Lit Public Safety Fund 1170. Fund 1170 is in healthy shape at the moment as well. Are there any items we would like to discuss on this one? Okay, hearing none. guess we can move on. MVH restricted, Fund 1173, page 67. Once again, this fund is in healthy shape.
It's nice to see a fund that's in healthy shape. It's a relief.
Any suggestions on this one? Like to move on as presented?
Yeah.
Okay, misdemeanor, 1175, page 68. 38,000 is the request, same as last year.
It's good.
We're okay moving forward? Okay. MVH, 1176. This fund is in healthy shape. It's a little bit, if I'm understanding correctly, slightly overdrawn, but there's enough cash balance that the Baker Tilly people feel like it's okay to leave as presented if the council so chooses.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Plat book, page 71, account 1181. There is a reduction of about 13,000 from last year's ask. Anybody got a problem with it? Okay. Moving on to reassessment, Fund 1188, page 72 is the first chunk of it. Slight increase from
And some of that is
last year.
from our allow tax software, 'cause that comes out of that, so that
Mhm.
was an increase this year.
Yeah. Once again, this was a fund that Baker Tilly advised us to kind of draw down because it had a really healthy balance. Well, it's actually kind of going back when Martha and Jessica a couple years ago decided to kind of pull some more out of this reassessment fund. So after a while, we will have to transfer some of this back to general. But as of now, Baker Tilly's okay leaving this one as presented.
Okay.
Page 73 is another part of the 1188 fund. And is this the Center Township portion of it?
This is recorders perpetuation.
Oh.
Is it page 74?
No,
Oh, wait,
73.
No, I'm sorry.
I believe it's the last couple parts of it.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Center Township's portion of
There you go.
reassessment, sorry.
Thank you, yeah. And it might be, is it 2015 reassessment as well? Mine's got 2 on it. Yeah, no, I got it. So, anyway. You good to move on from this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 74, Recorders Record Perpetuation, Fund 1189. This is all personnel related. A little bit of increase on insurance seems to be the biggest cause of that.
Yeah.
Good.
Which makes sense.
Or insurance line.
That's it.
Yes. Everybody okay to move on from that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Stormwater operation, page 75, Fund 1197. The biggest increase on this one was for a transitional coordinator position with some insurance, FICA and PERF, to get Hayden trained to hopefully take over his stormwater operations. And I believe that was PAC recommended.
Certainly
Yeah,
was.
so, you good with that one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Page 76, Surveyor's Corner Perpetuation, Fund 1202. It's just $100,000 for the corner record keeping, figuring out where they're at, the rocks and all that.
Got a nice education with that presentation.
Oh, yeah.
About corners. It looks good.
Okay, if we're good, we'll move on. Local Health Department Trust, Fund 1206, page 77.
And this here is also carryover money. You need to spend it down.
It is, he has a 37,000 cash balance is what he's anticipating.
Okay.
CASA Fund 1212 on page 78. Hers is slightly reduced from last year's overall total. The professional fees was the biggest reduction, I think. Just for clarification, the director looks like it has a slight increase. Is that something mandated?
Grant fund.
Grant fund, okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, across a bunch of them. Mhm.
Yep, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's anybody think about the travel and training? For VT 130?
She said sometimes they do a lot of traveling to go to, sometimes they have to meet with a kid that's in a
Fort
different county
Wayne,
or
South
something.
Bend.
I remember her talking about that.
Yeah.
So,
I assume they use the same reimbursement rate like everybody else is supposed to. You okay on that one?
Yeah.
Auditors Ineligible Deduction Fund, 1216, page 79. Same ask as last year. Overall ask, I should say. Any comments on that one? Move forward. Elected Officials Training, page 80, Fund 1217. The ask is 2,500 less than last year because assessor training could not be put in again. And, yeah, that's where we can put our different travel and trainings that they provide.
Okay.
You good with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 81, statewide 911, Fund 1222. This one's budgeted very nicely. It's just within the receipts, just under the receipts, so it's in good shape unless someone has corrections.
This is what Baker Tilly was talking about in column G, zeroed out. That's what they like, right? That's a perfectly balanced fund.
It'd actually be E, column E, is what they would prefer that to be
Okay.
zero, but they are very close.
Yeah.
Yep. Anything on that one, Groves? Okay, we're looking at something, hold on.
Yeah, we're good.
Discount double check is still good.
Yeah.
Okay, are you all good to move? Okay, page 82, Lit Correctional Facilities, Fund 1233. Jessica, do you want to add anything to this?
This is the line, we're adding the $2 million jail, I think we're gonna call it the jail
Bond?
bond
I don't know.
line. So there will be an additional $2 million added into this line for that,
Jail bond, jail debt service, I don't know.
yeah, something jail.
2 million even.
So you just create a new line in this account?
Correct.
What's your account number? You have an account?
No.
We don't know yet.
We'll get one for you though, and I'll send it
Yeah.
out to you guys once we set that up.
So Baker Tilly advised us to have this in here to help for that purpose, so.
It's even 2 million.
Even 2 million.
Yep,
Okay.
that's what Jason suggested.
That's for getting the bond issue, or paying the bond.
I assume, yeah, something to do with it. So that would take, the total for this, if there's no other changes, up to $3,899,211.
Yep.
And that's still within our means on that one, for that fund. Okay, moving on. Adult Probation Administration, Fund 2000, page 83. There is an unobligated amount in here, which I'm assuming will go to zero, correct? Or does it stay there?
That's their,
I think it's.
they budgeted, yeah.
Okay. Okay. The next three all have some unobligated for probation, it looks like. So we just leave that as is.
Leave them, leave them.
Leave them as is, okay. So page 83, 84, 85, Fund 2000, 2042, 2050 will all stay the same.
Bring in a big fish.
All right. Supplemental Adult Probation, Fund 2100, page 86. A little bit of a reduction from last year's request. I apologize, this goes 86 and 87, both pages. Thing, alright? Yeah, yeah,
Oh, I think we just broke it up that way.
yeah, it's alright. Any changes to their budget? All right, page 88, supplemental juvenile probation, Fund 2150. $100 more asked than last year. You good? All right. Page 89, county user fee, alcohol and drug, Fund 2501.
It's good.
FICA insurance for those people. Good to move on that one? Okay. Page 90, county user fee, law enforcement training, Fund 2508. $10,000 for travel and training. Any questions on this one?
We can do travel and training out of this user fee, right? I'm assuming we can.
That's a good question. That's what we dealt with.
And this one's is part of the probation department, I think. Or just the law enforcement?
This is kind of a different type of user fee.
It's
kind of
shared
traffic
for a training fund, so I think, yeah.
Oh, this is for the sheriff's department for a training fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be.
This is money they receive through collections like traffic tickets.
That sounds good.
Mhm.
Okay. Moving on, page 91, county user fee, pretrial diversion, Fund 2511. This is Mark McCann's.
What's the, what do we say about that employee service bonus? I don't have any notes on
I
that.
felt like that was like a one-time something last year as an incentive to do something.
Could be.
Requested more for next year.
Right, and he says he has the authority to do that.
Yeah, he does. And I mean, I'll say, I don't think that he overuses it. I think he does it based on their caseload and gives them kind of stipends throughout the year. It's,
What's the, you have a cash balance on that?
Yeah. For the overall fund?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the line that every department wishes they had.
Yeah.
It's kind of magical.
The cash balance is $78,512.
So my guess is he gets like a monthly drop. in
So far this month, he hasn't received anything, but it is only the 11th.
there. Yeah.
Let me see what he got for August. Nothing as well.
Okay, and these are the funds you have to walk, because you don't know what their cash balances are gonna be. I don't think he overdraws ever. I mean, if we were to say, okay, I don't think he would come in and overdraw, because they wouldn't let him.
right.
But,
And he probably won't use all of that amount. Last year, he still had $4,000 left with his $20,000 ask, so. And actually, he
Yeah.
transferred 7,000 out of it, so I don't really know exactly what his plans are. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but
Yeah.
I don't think he misuses it.
I don't.
We'll say that.
I would say I tend to agree with that.
So keep it at 30?
I would keep it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he received almost $34,000 last year into that line.
So he's probably over budget just a little bit, but he may not spend it all. Yeah. Okay.
Or I should say this year,
Well,
sorry.
yeah. Oh, this year. So,
This
yeah.
year,
So he's,
34.
I should redact that statement. He may
Yeah.
not be over budget. I don't want to upset anybody. Okay, next fund is 2512, county user fee, jury pay, page 92. This one has gone up pretty significantly, but I believe from what Judge Elkins said that they plan on having more jury trials. I think they have increased the jury pay. So that's the reasoning for it.
Okay.
Good with that? Page 93, county user fee, drug court, fund 2513. This one has a $14,000 reduction-ish from last year.
And the grant. This is user fees.
Yeah. There's some drug screenings that went up.
Yeah, because I think that's why he took drug
He
screens
dropped
out
it
of
into
county
one.
general and took it out
Yeah,
of user fees.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Page 94, county user fee re-entry court, fund 2514. Reduction in this one as well. Drug screens did go up, which goes to what Jessica just said about pulling out of Superior 1. It's about 40,000 of grant funding to use between the last two funds, is the note that I have. So this is grant funded, essentially. So. You okay to move on that one?
Yep.
Okay. Page 95, county user fee, project income, fund 2542. This is under the probation department, I believe.
Work release, yeah.
Work release, sorry.
But under probation, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
Actually, this is probably a two-pager. Yeah, it's 95 and 96. Kind of to John's point from earlier, we keep saying it about community supervision kind of as a whole, but they bumped this one up as they were trying to shuffle everything around. The rental lease fees went up with the big jump on this one. I think that's for the bracelets, ankle bracelets, so. And that's partly grant funded or just out of user fees, yeah.
Yeah.
Good? I see some weary eyes.
No, I was ready to fire off a silly comment, and I said, no, wait a minute, Frank. It's getting late in the day, it's,
Page 97, Sheriff Work Program, Fund 4903. This is Sheriff Asher's.
That's good.
$7,000 request. Okay. Page 98, Prosecutor Bad Check and Copy, Fund 4905 for Prosecutor McCann. Same ask as last year.
Looks good.
I mean, he gets money put into this account for him to use as he so wishes, so. As long as it balances. Page 99, Kitty Run Bond, Greg Lake, Fund 4918. Ask is $95,000 for the bond payment for the work they did on the Kitty Run drain. Good with that. Page 100, Law Enforcement, Fund 4930, Prosecutor McCann again. Same ask as last year.
Yep.
All in services and charges and outlays.
4930, that's Sheriff.
Oh, did I say the wrong person?
No, I think it's McCann.
It's Sheriff?
Or
My
am I
bad.
thinking of 4903?
My bad.
No,
It's McCann. We're thinking of 4903.
Oh, yeah.
You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Still got it.
You got it.
Page 101, Kinsey Youth Center, user fees, Fund 4935. Same ask as last year for Kathy. And these are user fees, I assume that somehow come from the families at some point.
Good.
Okay, page 102, Stop Violence Against Women, Fund 8109. The big change I had on this one is Prosecutor McCann said we could take this one to zero.
The whole fund.
Yes. Frank said we could go to $1, but
Zero now?
okay, page 103, the THEP grant. This is with with James Vest and Dr. Backer. $20,000 was the ask, slightly down from last year.
This one is actually a grant that he is taking.
Oh, that's right.
To you guys,
Next
and
year.
We're still fixing this,
Okay.
situation. It went through budgets last year, so we're trying to like backtrack and figure out what exactly needs done.
So we don't actually want to vote this one through today, for the
No.
record. We're not going to push that one through today. Okay. Page 104, Probation VOCA Grant, Fund 8131. Very slight reduction from last year. This is all personnel, FICA, perf, victim assistance. And this is a grant fund. So, questions on that one?
Looks good.
Okay. CASA VOCA Grant, Fund 8146. Slight increase, probably because of the grant funding source on this. You good? All right, page 106, Title 4D Incentive, Fund 8895.
Good.
Same ask. Okay. Page 107, Title 4D Incentive Prosecutor, Fund 8897. So I called Prosecutor McCann over the noon hour, and he is okay moving a little bit over into this fund to draw it down to help the general fund. For a while, at some point we'll have to move it back, but he's okay with that. So Martha and I were on the phone, and he's okay with that. So what, let me make sure I got this right. it would be roughly 83,704. And be 2 Title 4D caseworkers. And I need to go clear back to the front. If I did it right, it would be $83,704 for 2 Title 4D caseworkers. Now, there is a rebate sort of a deal they give back to the county on these people, but it would help offset the general fund for a little bit, and then we could get back into that rotation. I'm trying to pull up the fund that we would possibly pull that from. I'll get there. Maybe. Yeah. So what I did, if this is right, page 35, there are 2 caseworkers. You could pick any 2, I guess. Maybe he actually needs to decide that, but they're both 41,852. We can move them to the incentive line.
And they're per FICA
Yeah, we
insurance.
need to increase, we'll need to increase the perf. I think the FICA will be okay. And insurance, I don't know, maybe we
Yeah.
increase that.
Okay. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they're all the same except for there's a couple at the bottom, I guess. But
Could be this summer, taking the insurance this summer, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So it gets a little murky there. But
Maybe a couple are
Which
taking
most
the
of them
insurance.
have insurance, I would say, so I would suggest if we do the 83,704, that we up the perf to 12,000. Insurance,
I'd say, Justin, take 2 who are taking the insurance, and then we'll move the insurance over as well.
yeah, it just depends on what kind of insurance they have, how
yeah,
much.
and it
we-
does depend a little bit on what these people do, how much caseload they've got. But these are all Title IV
They're
people.
all
so-
listed as Title
That's
IVs.
true. That's true. So
Maybe
except
to
I don't.
20,000?
I don't know all the details, but yeah. So Prosecutor McCann's okay with it, but we just gotta watch it to pull it back at some point.
My concern would be that we keep this organized and structured so that we know
Yeah.
that there's caseworkers that were in general fund that are now in Fund 8897, that they don't get lost in the future, and we don't have an accurate picture, mental picture of
Yep.
his department,
Understand.
and so this it's fragmented.
Yeah.
And that
So
would be my
we don't have to do it. It was just something I thought of to help general fund reductions. So
And we still get reimbursed at the same rate using both funds?
no,
How much percentage are we losing by moving
you'd be losing a third of that.
33%?
Yeah. Of the 80.
So I could, I'm losing 33% on my investment.
I'm okay, and Mark's okay with it too, but he just wanted to make us aware. So once again, I'm not pushing it. I did ask him about it, something I thought
Because the money
about.
in the bank is earning maybe 4 or 5%.
And that's what I told him.
33, so
That's what I told him.
27% We're just giving away.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? You want to leave it?
From a math standpoint, I want to keep 20%.
Okay.
And I know that it keeps, it lowers the hit and makes it look better on our side, but.
It does. I mean, to John's point, it gets messy because you got to remember to pull that back.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to think creatively. So.
So leave it as is.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
We've had funds in the past
Well, we've got 2 of them right now. Yeah.
where I don't think half the council had any clear idea of who was where and how it got there and what it meant and what would happen if they undone it. I think simple, there's value in
Okay.
being simple.
Okay.
I like it.
I've been vetoed on this. Sounds like we're going to leave it as we're not moving it. That's all right. That's totally fine. So it sounds like from Brett and John's perspective, you two would like to keep it as is. Anyone else want to join them?
I'll join them.
Okay.
because, interest rates are so good now.
Okay, so we will leave page 35 how it was presented, or how we did it earlier. And then page 107, anyone have changes to that? Otherwise, we'll leave it the same.
Leave it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nope, thank you guys for the discussion. Page 108, Adult Probation Case Manager Grant, Fund 9118.
Okay.
I guess as this one floats around from different funds, so it's come back to this one for 2026 cycle.
I think this, yeah, looks back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be nice if, once we figure out with the probation budget, which funds pay for which employees, we could map that out, and we could all see just how fragmented or discombobulated it is, because it's a ginormous, expensive fund.
Dustin
or
needs to give us
department.
that long sheet that was color coordinated, and that used to help a little bit, but.
I've got that.
Yeah.
I
I've
bet.
got that in
Yep.
my
I bet.
closet.
Doug wants it more, with more clarity, okay, so I said, where you gonna start it? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just so.
It's hard.
Okay, looks good.
Okay.
Back to 107, just for a second.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you say something was on page 35 was gonna stay the same, or?
Yes. Yep.
The prosecutor.
Yep, we're gonna leave the, Title 4D and and the general fund for the prosecutor, leave it as is,
Okay,
and leave 107 as is.
okay.
Okay. So that takes us to page 109, Fund 9135, Pretrial Services Grant Fund. And this, I believe, is a, I don't know if it's a Dustin one, or not Dustin, but. Yeah, so anyway, it's been way reduced from years past. Once again, it goes to the reshuffling aspect. But they have FICA, but no perf for insurance, so. But we'll deal with it.
Yeah.
But
Still
it'll
have that
have usually
part-time.
move to the.
Yeah, they got the
general
part-time.
fund.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody okay to move on that one?
So it's okay?
Yeah. Okay, so that is the county budget portion of all that. Is there any other discussion on all those funds we just covered?
Good job, Joe. Good job,
Well,
John.
thank you, everybody. It's not just me.
Jessica.
Darryl, Shannon, we're going to decide on if you could raise the adjustments to county budget.
Today. Yes, sir. Is that where we need to go next? We do, but I assume we do this and then go to the recycling and the CVB stuff. Okay. So Jack just brought up a good point about raises. What are people's thoughts on
How
that?
much did we just cut out in the last 8 hours? Where is it going from that?
So we cut roughly, wrong page. Out of the general fund, we cut about 665,000 off of where we started.
How
And
close are we to breaking even?
our expenses exceed our receipts by 1.4 million.
At this point, right now.
At this point, right now, without any additionals or anything else. And that's just general fund.
And if we get to bring in 574, that may help us, but we are not there yet.
Correct.
So, I'm gonna throw this out as something to consider, and I don't know that I'm solidly on this position, but I'm gonna say no raises, but let's open up the possibility of having one more vacation day and make that vacation day on election day next year.
Holiday, well, that's a good suggestion, but that's not technically up to us, that's a commissioner decision.
Oh, well, how ignorant of me.
It's a good suggestion.
I can't do anything about that.
All right, so then I guess the answer is no raises. At this time, I mean,
Yeah.
let's say at this time, I'll
Yep.
say, you know what? If there's some windfall, wonderful event that happens in next year, maybe something changes, but for the time being, say, hey, we're kind of stuck with what the state legislature handed us, and we think that's the best way to deal with our budget planning, which is what we're supposed to do for next year, so that would be at least my starting position.
I like it.
I'm not laughing at it, the fact that, I was laughing at
No,
the
no.
fact that Jessica said she liked it.
I liked the idea of working with the commissioners to get another holiday for the employees. I did like that suggestion.
Imagine that.
Last year, when we had discussions with Baker Tilly about employee raises, we were cautioned against not going too far with it. I don't know, we went too far, but we gave healthy raises last year, or increases. I know it was varied, some people could debate me on that. This year, they strongly urged against us doing it again, more so than last year.
The whole budgeting process has been turned upside down now. I mean, we don't have the same parameters.
The only thing I would say, and I'm not saying, yeah, give raises, but the thing I would say is, the reason we did last year what we did was because we felt like we were behind
Right.
the other counties. And we made great strides in getting caught up. But something like the sheriff's department, we've made great strides for the last, 3 or 4 years to get where we are. We had to be careful, we don't give raises now, I understand that. We don't want to get back where we were.
Yeah.
Because then we could have another last year in a few years from now to get caught up again, or we're behind.
If I remember right, I thought that Baker Tilly said last year's numbers, that we would have about 12 or 13% over 3 years that we could potentially give raises to. And I think we gave, across the board, on average, about 6.8. So, I mean, we really went pretty far, even in the event that we were still in the same financial picture that we were, it would have needed to really slow up because we gave the majority of it last year.
Good point.
So, that's just an observation.
It's a good observation because we did, have a salary study, we did work hard, and Jessica and Terry worked hard, and we didn't want to lose employees, we have good employees, and we just kind of took a chance and gave the raises, and on top of knowing that we've given large raises, we got all these changes from the state that we're having to deal with.
Our revenues are gonna be down quite a bit next year, and I think it's safe.
We love getting raises, I mean, we see see that for the last 4 years. This year, we have to keep our county in balance.
Keep the belt tight.
My belt's always tight, Frank. I have to get a really big belt for it not to be tight.
I got these ones that kind of stretch.
Stretch, that's what I mean.
If we were like Tim, we'd be going to the gym every day at this time of the day.
Different lifestyle, Frank.
I know this.
Do we need a motion?
Commissioner, are you wanting to say something? Looks like you're chomping at the bit.
2 points of information. If
Yeah,
Carrie was
can you
here-
use the microphone, please?
If Carrie was here, she would give you this information. I asked Carrie to run some information for me a couple weeks ago and some what ifs. So what if we used the current salary study that we did, and what if we moved anyone below the midpoint to the midpoint, and then anyone at the midpoint, we gave them like a stipend. And she ran that information for me, and I asked her what would be the cost of doing that. And she said the cost, if I remember right, it was about somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000.
Is that just salary only, or is that benefits?
That's just, that's not
That's,
including,
that's salary.
so not including benefits.
So it's probably double that.
That's
Probably
just
over a
salary.
million.
So that's just one point of information for you. The other thing that, remember, that you just gave $150,000 to the rescue mission. So now you gotta look at the employees as well. So just remember that. I know you painfully remember that, but I just wanted to bring that up as you were thinking about what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
You have a tough decision.
Yeah. With all due respect, Commissioner Dodd, you've seen the numbers that we're looking at.
Yes.
You know what we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
asking you to do anything.
Yeah, and I appreciate the number, and I wish, my hope had been, I had a number that I could go to Jessica and Carrie and say, we think we can do X, what can we do with it?
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, I don't think we have that capability today.
And I knew that, and
So-
I asked her to do that before, number.
Sure, yeah.
But I knew that, but I wanted you to know what that number was. And that it is, in my opinion as well, unreachable at this point. So,
Yeah.
but you have
I
that
mean,
number in your,
we fought like hell, excuse my language, to drop almost 700,000 off the general fund, and we would give that and then some back in one fell swoop. I mean, I wish,
700,000 plus.
I know, and so I wish that we could do that.
The $150,000 that was earmarked for the Humane Society couldn't be used for employee benefits anyway, right? So we're.
True, that's
Right.
more of an edit,
Yeah.
yeah,
So that was a healthy fund that needed some money.
spent down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah, now, to be fair, what we're trying to do is to keep the general fund healthy for now, so that we can have flexibility later for stuff like this,
And
is
I
the
guess
goal.
we're also trying to make sure that, I think we're trying to make sure that the level of employees that we have pretty much across the county is fairly consistent with what it's been. Right? I mean, we're not trying to go into several big departments and say, hey, you can cut your head count, cut your employees. So in a way, it's maintaining the level of employment across the county that we currently have, I think.
Yeah.
Guys,
Not sure
we've
about
made some tough cuts today.
I think another observation is the insurance. Just to keep insurance at current levels, we had to spend $750,000 more than we did last year. So that's another hit that, affected some of the decision making.
That really is another benefit that you've done.
Yeah.
we want to have good benefits for our employees, and one of them is keeping the amount that people pay out of pocket for healthcare, we're keeping that constant. So,
Yeah, and if they don't, I know this from 42 years of teaching. If you have a year where your health insurance, what you have to pay out of your own paycheck doesn't go up, that's as good as a raise. There's been a lot of times I've had a raise, but it's all gotten eaten away because my health insurance premiums went up.
Or more.
So,
Sorry, I just wanted to give you
No,
guys that
I
information.
appreciate that, Commissioner, thank you.
So I'd stick with saying, for the time being, right now, I would say, let's plan no raise.
Yeah, in my opinion, in the last 4 years, we've given a minimum of 18% to most county employees, and that's the lowest. Some have gotten more than that. So I was thinking about this last night. I know people probably don't give a rip about what I do, but what I do is I farm, and I deal with grain markets, and they go up and down. Okay, so they've gone up, and they've gone down. Currently, I'm looking at 5 to 8% less revenue than when we started pay raises for these county employees. So I feel your pain, but I'm living it for real. I wish I could do something for the county employees, but looking at what we have, I think we should pause and reevaluate in a year, in my opinion.
I agree. It would scare me to try to add more on at this point. And hopefully everyone has a living wage, so that, I don't feel guilty because we did what we did last year. And we're gonna continue to try to, reward the employees for their good work. But right now, the state's not rewarding anybody, it's big, the taxpayers, and they may get some reward on that if they own property in the county, but.
And I think the department heads did a really good job at trying to cut their budgets.
They did.
And I think that
They did according to.
they did.
Yep.
And their hearts.
Nope, they did. A lot of them did what we asked. We've had to make some other changes just to help where we can. And if we can, for the most part, live within that budget, then that helps us in future for flexible options to possibly do some sort of a increase.
So I'll still say that Jack Dodd told me to stay in my lane, but I like the idea of the holiday. So even if it's not,
That would be a good
even if it's not my ballpark to play in.
And that would be a good perk to the employees. Jack?
Like me, Frank.
You told me to stay in my lane, and then they said, that's not your lane, Frank. That's all I'm
It
saying.
should be a national holiday, but that's not my lane either, so.
I don't want to seem cold or callous or anything like that, but judging the situation that we're in, given to us, not chosen by us, but given to us to deal with, if we don't get this right this year, our problems
Get
deepen.
bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
expand.
I agree.
And I think we're getting a dose of reality, economic reality that we have to play with. And sometimes, just like you said, Daryl, markets go up, sometimes they go down. And you still have to live, you still got to adjust and live within your means. Might be uncomfortable, but I'm with you, Frank. I think no raise. I'm sorry to everybody, but good news is I got a job. And now we're going old school. When I came of age, having a job was a great thing. And if you didn't have a job, it was the worst thing in your world. And so I got a job. I'm happy for that. And we can be optimistic. Things are going to get better through good management, through the economy getting better. And until then, I think we just got to dig in, hunker down, and do the responsible thing fiscally, which is don't put any more burden on the general fund. That's what this whole afternoon's been about. In previous weeks that we've been looking at this white book is to relieve the pressure off the general fund. And we don't want to add any pressure for, I think it's just, I'm thankful for everybody on this council and the diversity we have and the skill sets and the opinions. And I'm grateful for our Howard County workforce and all the good work they do. And I think we're lucky here. I think we're very fortunate to be from Howard County, Indiana. And this is one of those years where we take stock in that and say things will get better.
Thank God we don't live in New Jersey, right?
Thank God.
So with all that,
Yeah.
do we want to have a motion made to accept the budget as presented today?
So moved.
I'll second. Presented in refined,
All,
and
okay.
sliced and diced.
Motion's been made by John Roberts and seconded by Councilman Faulkner. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the budget today to be taken and held at a regular scheduled meeting in October, approved by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay. Budget takes it over. Now, we have two more to go through. We have the CVB and the Howard County Recycling District. Where do we want to start at? Anybody? Let's start with CVB. Is there a bureau? Can you say that again, please? Yeah, I want to make a note on the recycling district, but yeah, we can start with CVB. Yeah. So the CVB board has, I assume they have done that, I don't know, but they presented their budget to us. The main thing is they are kind of expending some of their cash balance as they get the hotel conference center up and going next year. But this was a planned reduction, it's been in their budget, and they just need to get marketing done and start booking events and such. So that is the reason for that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think the CBB is well managed, well disciplined, been very responsible, and are have put themselves in a position to come out victorious with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, or the Convention Center Hotel. And their marketing strategy for Howard County, Copeland Howard County, is disciplined. And I would make a motion to approve their budget as presented.
Okay, we have a motion made by Councilman Roberts, seconded by Councilwoman Lake. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the 2026 CVB budget, assign aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, CVB budget is approved here. The last one today is the recycle budget. And oh, that's the wrong one. Nope, keep grabbing the wrong document. So my only comment on the recycling one, and I'm sorry, I'm not finding it right off here.
My copy?
Maybe. I'm getting everything but the right one. Is we had they put in, if there's a 3% raise or match the county, so they have a 3% raise in for their personnel services and reduce their part-time staff line item by $8,500, which almost offsets. So since we decided not to do a raise, I would encourage the board to consider to not give a raise to the recycling district at the request of their board. If you so choose to give the raise, you can, but that's kind of where I'm at.
But their discussion, actually, they were comparing themselves to what the county was going to be doing, right? And then even, aren't you on that committee?
Yeah, yeah. So what the idea was to stay budget neutral, take 85 from part-time, move it to increase salaries. If the county so chose to do some sort of a raise here, that way they could kind of stay budget neutral from 25 to 26.
Would you put that 8,500 back in to part?
I asked Mickey and she said we could do whatever we want to do on that. If you would like to just leave it out and cut her budget by 8,500, we can do that as well. So.
I guess how would because of the increases, they cut the part-time pay? Or it
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily change the hours of labor within their?
They had a little bit extra in their part-time line item, and there was a person that she was not going to utilize for that next year. And then the whole idea was to stay cost neutral, essentially. So.
I mean, if they don't need it, I can't charge them, add it back.
Yeah, I agree.
So reduce the whole thing by the $8,500.
Correct.
Well,
John, I got
minus
your
the-
documents. So.
They put the raises in here too, so take.
I thought the raises,
Would it be 25? Sorry.
no raises, and then what do you do with the part-time staff?
Go ahead and reduce it.
You can reduce it if you would like to.
The director of waste management said that they could reduce it in the.
Yes, I asked her if we didn't do an increase, what she would prefer, and she said the board was okay keeping the part-time staff reduced by 8,500, but not doing a raise for the employees to somewhat stay in line with the county.
So then accepting all the rest of the 26 budget with the increases in other line items?
Yeah, everything else would stay the same, just the personnel. It clears mud.
Motion. I move that we approve the budget with the exception of the 3% raises, and we reduce the part-time by 8,500.
Second. Frank's got it.
Second.
Clarify, keep the part-time as presented.
Yes,
but
but that would be,
As
it's already
yeah.
reduced.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Frank seconded that. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, sign aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, recycle district budget is done. Okay.
I've got an EMA meeting right now, so when I go there, Vicki will be there, I'll tell her good news.
Okay, in closing, I wanted to say one thing. I just wanted to say, thank you for everybody's help in this room and all those department heads and people and staff we've talked to. This has been quite a feat to get this to this point. It's not been easy. Frank, I want to thank you and whoever else suggested we get a financial advisor a couple of years ago. That was not an easy decision. It doesn't make these decisions easier, but it makes us have a little bit more focus on where we need to to be. So thank you for that.
Well, the other thing, that,
Appreciate
you know,
that.
what they talked about was comprehensive financial
Financial plan.
analysis, is that what they call it?
And we'll be getting that sometime soon.
Comprehensive financial plan
Yeah.
that looks out several years and says, what's the impact, so we're not just looking out to next year, we've got
Yeah.
an idea of cash flow 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years down the road. And when you have volatile stuff going on about what's being taxed and what isn't being taxed, I think their expertise is highly valuable.
Yeah. Before all this Enroll Act this year, I thought we could probably get away without having them, and I would have been totally lost and over my head. So, so thank you for that. Thank you to Jason and Brandon and Greg with Baker Tilly for all they're doing for us to help us navigate this. So, anybody else have any other comments?
Yeah, I want to say, Mackenzie, thank you. You've done a wonderful job, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Darrell, for your leadership and your carrying the burden of this budget, how to manage it, how to wrangle it. You've done a good job, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm trying my hardest. I'm not as good as I want to be, but I'm trying. So I wish we could do some different things this year, but it is what it is. So.
Another couple of years up there as a head, you'll be doing great.
I've lost a lot of sleep on this budget, but we got through it. So, our next regularly scheduled council meeting will be September 23rd at 4 p.m. back upstairs. And I would take a motion to recess our budget discussion workshop until October 9th at 4 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion's been properly made and seconded by Councilman Roberts and Councilman Faulkner. All those in favor, assign aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. When? 4 p.m., right?